to war with the imperialist countries, i.e. revolution in Europe was admitted to be impossible for a long time to come. On the other hand, the Comintern's parallel turn was explicitly determined by the analyses and forecasts of the 1929 crisis and by the Comintern's estimate that revolution was inevitable and imminent in Europe, an estimate which governed its whole policy. 5. These remarks should not be misinterpreted. I do not want to deny or minimize the influence of the factors described on Comintern policy when I emphasize the key role played by the general political line as a link in the relation between the USSR and the Comintern. I emphasize it rather because of the specific role which it takes on within the USSR itself. This line had a determinant relation to what went on in the USSR. In its relation to the class struggle, it enables us to uncover the real meaning of these events and therefore to explain their connection. Thus we come to the second and most important question. To what exactly do economism, the lack of a mass line and the progressive abandonment of proletarian internationalism correspond in the USSR itself? What are their causes? What are their consequences? 1. Unless we have a purely idealistic vision of history, we cannot be content to see these things as simple errors or deviations. Of course, this line led to concrete errors. It is wrong to think of error as something purely subjective. This was a wrong line, not just a simple error or deviation, which means that it actually governed the concrete errors flowing from it. 2. Nor can it be seen as a line emanating from a simple bureaucratic caste. This is not to say that that element did not, at the beginning and for a certain time, have its own specific role to play. But the kind of line which governed both the USSR's internal policy and the world communist movement cannot be related to any sort of bureaucracy. Trotsky had an inkling of this, in that he stopped at the notion of bureaucracy and never tried to elucidate the general line governing this policy. Consistent with his own views, he was satisfied with the conception of bureaucratic zigzags. 3. It is also wrong to use an entirely false conception of the second stage and to attempt to reduce the line to this stage. To clarify, Mao introduced new and crucially important elements into Marxist-Leninist theory and practice. The basis of these new elements is firstly, the present period of imperialism and its effects on the worldwide class struggle, and secondly, the historical experience of the Chinese Revolution. So it is impossible to define in full what the concept of the third stage refers to until we have, a. made clear both what exactly specifies the contemporary period of imperialism and the universal aspects of the Chinese Revolution, notably those which concern the imperialist metropolitan countries, b. made precisely clear the meaning of stage and second stage. It is only by this means that we can hope to determine the third stage. I shall deal simply with the second point since it is of direct interest for us and because I want to refute what seems to me a completely mistaken conception of the second stage. Today the second stage is most often understood as meaning that all that happened in the USSR and the Comintern was a necessary consequence of a stage which still lacked the historical experience of the Chinese Revolution and of Mao's thought. In this conception, which is a purely evolutionist and fatalist doctrine of stages, the question of Stalin cannot be posed. According to it, the general political line in the USSR and the Comintern is from beginning to end the inevitable corollary of the second stage, which thus includes Lenin and Stalin in a single unit with the same status. Lenin-Stalin, in their continuity, represent the positive gains acquired within the necessary limits of the second stage. Apart from the errors of Stalin, there is no essential interruption in the USSR's general line from 1917 until Khrushchev. Stalin's errors are interpreted as purely subjective or else as simple errors of direction or aim in a necessary stage. But the explanation is false even at this elementary level, and the question of the third stage cannot be clarified until it is discarded. In the sense of being Lenin's thought and policy, Leninism itself is of course limited both by the period in which it is situated and relative to Mao's thought and policy. We have already noted these limits in this book and we shall return to them later. The same limitations hold for Stalin. But from this point of view, it is also true that considerable splits occurred in the process both in the USSR and in the Comintern, We may schematize these as the distance between Lenin and Stalin, although there was of course more than one Stalin. To say then that Lenin himself is limited because of the period in which he is situated, Stalin being similarly limited, is one thing. But it is something quite different to say that economism, the lack of a mass line and the abandonment of proletarian internationalism which progressively dominated the policy of the Bolshevik Party and the Comintern can be equated with the necessarily limited Leninism of the second stage plus Stalin's errors. What is more, it is also false. Moreover, this wholly perverts the question of the third stage. The context and meaning of the third stage are in fact quite different depending on whether it is defined according to the above conception, Stalin being subsumed under the necessarily limited Leninism of the second stage, or whether it is defined according to the principles I uphold. I can give a simple example. We can consider Mao's principle of politics in command as a specific characteristic of the third stage only if we relate it to Stalin and his unfettered economism and if we wrongly assimilate Lenin to him. But relative to Lenin, it is absolutely wrong to consider this as a specific characteristic of the third stage since he, unlike Stalin, always advocated and applied it. This question had to be posed first before tackling what is of interest to us here. The interpretation I have criticized made it impossible to undertake an analysis of what went on in the USSR in the period which interests us, for such an analysis ought to be based precisely on the historical experience of the Chinese Revolution and on the principles developed by Mao. If according to this interpretation no essential interruption occurred between Lenin and Stalin, it is because it holds that no essential change occurred in the USSR in the evolution of forces in the class struggle until Stalin died. The Soviet bourgeoisie is supposed to have emerged suddenly with the advent of Khrushchev, just as Minerva emerged fully armed from Jupiter's head. This is a much more serious misinterpretation, since it forbids any periodization of the era which interests us in the USSR on the basis of the desperate class struggle which was underway there. I cannot go into this periodization here, but I must make 2 points about it. My aim is to show that the periodization in the USSR and in the Comintern, and their relationship, cannot be grasped in their relation to the class struggle in the USSR unless we refer to the general line which gradually became dominant there. During the whole of this period, there was a desperate struggle in the USSR between the two roads, i.e. the socialist and capitalist roads. There is no alternative to these two. I say between the two roads and not between the two lines since there were not two lines in the USSR and in the Comintern, the various oppositions being in the last analysis located, to unequal degrees, on the same ground as the official line 6 by a contradictory process. The struggle between the two roads ended in the Soviet bourgeoisie being reconstituted in a new form and in its taking over state power. This process of reconstituting the Soviet bourgeoisie, and the impact of the latter on the class struggle, was in full swing under Stalin himself. The reconstitution of the Soviet bourgeoisie depended on a whole series of historical conditions in the USSR. What were the principal means of its reconstitution? How did it influence the working class and Bolshevik party policy? In the light of the Chinese experience, we now know that this reconstitution has its way prepared for it by a political line of the party of the working class. Probably the most important effects concern the state apparatuses, including the ideological apparatuses. These apparatuses are the refuges of the old bourgeoisie, which at the beginning suffers a relative loss of its economic place, and provide the bastions of its reconstitution in a new form. Bureaucratic deformation naturally played a part in this process. For one thing, it was the necessary condition for forming the nucleus of the state bourgeoisie. But this policy towards the apparatuses was itself governed by a general line which had much wider effects, i.e. by economism, the lack of a mass line, which bourgeois practices produce, and their corollary, the abandonment of proletarian internationalism. 7. So this general line was neither a simple error nor a mere accident, it was linked to the class struggle in the USSR. Essentially it resulted from the persistence of bourgeois ideology during the transition. This was able to persist because the bourgeoisie, which had taken refuge as a social force in the state apparatuses, continued to influence actions, its continued influence being itself due to a series of historical factors. The growing presence of the Soviet bourgeoisie at the very heart of the Bolshevik Party is important here. The line then appears to have been the essential breach which allowed the beginning of the process of reconstituting the Soviet bourgeoisie as a social force in a new form. But at the same time the line appears increasingly to have been one of the principal effects of this process of reconstitution and of the growing weight of the Soviet bourgeoisie in the class struggle in the USSR. Thus, although it had its particular role to play in what went on in the USSR, the line derived from the struggle there, between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. We can now understand why this line was the essential linchpin of the relation between the USSR and the Comintern throughout the process. Related as it was to the class struggle in the USSR, this line allowed the USSR's influence on the Comintern to be made concrete. We can now also outline the possibility of dislocations and inequalities between what went on in the USSR and the process in the Comintern. In fact, the two aspects of the process in the USSR itself, i.e., the steps of the class struggle, which was the principal and dominant aspect there, and, 2, the concrete evolution of the line, developed unequally in relation to one another. This inequality either allowed or introduced dislocations between the turns in the USSR's class struggle and those of the Comintern, even though the latter were related to what went on in the USSR by being linked by the line. Either these dislocations were chronological, in that the Comintern process either followed or preceded the USSR process, or they took on the form of contradictions between what went on in the USSR and the process in Comintern. None of this means that the struggles within the Bolshevik Party, the party's policy within the USSR and the USSR's foreign policy did not bring increasing weight to bear upon Comintern policy. But the problem shifts in this case too. These factors lack all significance for a serious periodization unless they are articulated around the following questions. What were the steps in the struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat in the USSR, and what was the process of modification of the class nature of the Soviet state in this respect? What were the steps in the process of making concessions to this Soviet bourgeoisie, which was not of course explicitly identifiable as such? From what moment did the Soviet bourgeoisie take on the role of a social force and form itself into an effective social class? At what moments in this contradictory process did it become the principal aspect of the contradiction? When and how did it assert its political hegemony? No history of the USSR has yet been written which takes the class struggle as its connecting thread and which uses the line described above to relate these various factors to the steps of the class struggle in the USSR. Until such a detailed and conclusive account is available, it is impossible to establish a more vigorous periodization of the Comintern. 8. As far as those questions I have just mentioned are concerned, it is clear that some essential things happened under Stalin himself: the post-1928 collectivization, the 1936 proclamation of the state of the whole people, the physical liquidation of all the old cadres of the Bolshevik Party and the Red Army. To sum up, the general line which was progressively dominant in the USSR and in the Comintern can allow us to make a relatively clear periodization of the Comintern, a periodization which can also be very useful for the history of the USSR. But this is insufficient. For example, we have seen how the Comintern's 6th, 1928, and 7th, 1935, Congresses cannot be interpreted on the model of a pendulum, left opportunism/right opportunism, but that there is no simple continuity between them either. That corroborates the view that the turn in Soviet policy in relation to the peasantry as a whole was not a simple, internal, ultra-left turn. But it will be impossible to make a deeper analysis of this problem in relation to the Comintern until we have exactly established what was the real process involving the Soviet bourgeoisie during the period of the class struggle in the USSR, which was considerably more than a simple struggle of the proletariat and poor peasants against the kulaks. I shall give one last example. Until we have periodized the class nature of the state in the USSR from this point of view, we cannot finally decide on the direction of the Soviet foreign policy or on its exact role in Comintern policy. As long as the class nature of the Soviet state remained proletarian, the slogan of defense of the USSR, which gradually became dominant in the Comintern, did not necessarily, I repeat, not necessarily, entail the abandonment of internationalism and the Comintern's mechanical submission to the interests of Soviet foreign policy. But in this case too, an analysis of what happened in the Comintern can be a crucial indicator of what was really going on in the USSR itself. 9. Part 5. Fascism and the Petty Bourgeoisie. The relationship between fascism, the fascist party and fascist state, and the petty bourgeoisie are ideal ground for the study of the petty bourgeoisie in general. Some introductory remarks on the petty bourgeoisie are in order here. 1. The class nature of the petty bourgeoisie and petty bourgeois ideology. The definition of the class nature of the petty bourgeoisie is the focal point of the Marxist theory of social classes. It very clearly shows that, contrary to an economistic conception of social classes, relations of production alone are not sufficient, in Marxist theory, to determine the place a social class occupies in a mode of production and to locate it within social formation. It is absolutely indispensable to refer to ideological and political relations. I have attempted to formulate this elsewhere, by saying that in a given social formation, a class which is capable of constituting itself as a social force can only be located when its place in the relations of production produces pertinent effects at the political and ideological levels one, no matter how it might appear. This was always the position of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, and very clearly, of Mao. Leaving aside for the moment the question of the rural petty bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeois class can be seen to contain two main ensembles of agents, with nothing in common, at first sight, in the productive process. If, confronted with these two groups, we can speak of a single petty bourgeois class, it is because their two distinct places in the relations of production have the same effects on the political and ideological plane. The petty bourgeoisie is thus unified, in fact, in political and ideological relations. The initial meaning of petty bourgeoisie, on the economic plane, is small-scale production and small-scale ownership. This is the traditional petty bourgeoisie with which Marx, Engels, and Lenin himself were mainly concerned. A. Small-scale production, those forms of artisan work or small family businesses in which the same agent is both owner and possessor of the means of production, and works directly with them. There is no economic exploitation, strictly speaking, since such forms of production do not employ paid workers, or do so only very occasionally. Labor is provided mainly by the actual owner or by the members of his family, who are not paid wages. Small-scale production of this sort draws profit from the sale of its goods and by participation in the total redistribution of surplus value, but it does not directly extract surplus value. B. Small-scale ownership, mainly small-scale commerce in the sphere of the circulation of capital, in which the owner of the business, helped by his family, provides the labor, and only very occasionally employs wage labor. These two groupings of the traditional petty bourgeoisie can be said to have a common economic position in that they do not directly exploit wage labor. This particular petty bourgeoisie does not belong, as such, to the pure capitalist mode of production, capital wage labor. Its existence in a capitalist formation depends on, a. the coexistence in this formation of several modes of production, including the feudal mode, or at least certain elements of this mode, 2. b. the presence in this formation of the form of simple commodity production, which is the form of transition from the feudal to the capitalist mode of production. Its existence therefore also depends on the concrete historical forms this transition has taken. In France, for example, the particular persistence of small-scale production and small-scale ownership is due to the political forms assumed by the transition, the bourgeoisie drawing on the support of the petty bourgeoisie against the nobility. Marx and Engels emphasized the tendency for the petty bourgeoisie to be undermined and eliminated in a capitalist formation. Lenin described it as a transitional class. When the capitalist mode of production becomes dominant and generalized, a minority of its members are integrated into the bourgeoisie, in a variety of ways, while the great mass are proletarianized. However, we can also define certain groups as part of the petty bourgeoisie who have quite a different place in the economy. This is what may be termed the new petty bourgeoisie, whose importance was already recognized by Lenin. It is new in the sense that, unlike the first, it is not in the least fated to disappear. Rather, the expansion of the capitalist mode of production, CMP, and its passage to the stage of monopoly capitalism, provide the conditions for its development and growth. I refer to non-productive salaried employees. I shall leave aside the problem of the technical personnel of the firm, the bearers of science, in order to avoid the complicated discussion about whether they are non-productive workers. I shall restrict myself to the most important groups of employees whom Marx defined unequivocally as not being productive workers, that is, not direct producers of commodities and surplus value in the CMP3. This applies, firstly, to those employed in the circulation of capital, and to those who contribute to realizing surplus value, salaried employees in commerce, banking, insurance, sales departments, advertising, etc., as well as service employees. It applies, secondly, to civil servants in the various branches of the state apparatus, the public services, with the exception of course of workers in nationalized factories. These are non-productive employees whose function is to ensure, through the role of the state, the reproduction of the conditions of production of surplus value. They do not produce surplus value. They too sell their labor power, and their salaries too are determined by the cost of reproducing it, but their exploitation is accomplished by the direct extraction of surplus labor, and not by the production of surplus value. For these two groupings, small-scale producers and small-scale owners on the one hand, non-productive employees on the other, therefore occupy quite different economic positions. The two groups have only a negative characteristic in common on this plane, in that they belong neither to the bourgeoisie nor to the proletariat. Yet this negative criterion is not an adequate basis for a common or related place within the economic, it is relevant only at the political level. What makes it possible for the two groups to be considered as part of the same class, the petty bourgeoisie, is that their different economic positions generally have the same effects at the political and ideological level. The relevant criteria for explaining this identity of effects at these levels are, in the first case, small-scale production and above all the small-scale ownership involved in it, in the second case, exploitation experienced in the juridical form of salary, and not directly in production. Before examining the identity of effects on the ideological plane, I must first say something about the famous petty bourgeois ideology. Taking into account the close relationship between the ideology of a class and its political position, the only real class ideologies in a capitalist social formation are those of the two basic classes in irreconcilable political opposition, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. That is, the only ideological ensembles with a coherent, relatively systematic structure are the dominant, bourgeois ideology, and the ideology linked to the working class. It is none the less accurate to speak of an effective sub-ensemble of petty bourgeois ideology, formed by the influence of the dominant bourgeois ideology on the petty bourgeoisie's own aspirations relative to its specific class situation. In twisting and adapting bourgeois ideology to its aspirations, the petty bourgeoisie also adds to its specific ideological elements originating in its own class situation. But there is still more to it. In a capitalist formation, an ideology linked to the working class exists simultaneously. Lenin pointed out that the dominant ideology itself contains in its discourse the elements of such ideology. Because of the petty bourgeoisie's ambiguous class situation, its ideological sub-ensemble borrows from working class ideology much more than does the dominant ideology, and deflects and adapts it to the petty bourgeoisie's own aspirations. This must all be kept in mind to avoid misunderstandings when speaking of petty bourgeois ideology. Given the shifting and unstable character of this ideology, the conjunctural position of the petty bourgeoisie determines the form in which these contradictory factors combine, i.e. the role and forms of influence of bourgeois ideology, the role of the ideological elements peculiar to the petty bourgeoisie, and the forms and role of the borrowings from the ideology linked to the working class. Let us return, then, to the problem of the identity at the ideological level of the effects of the different economic positions occupied by the two major petty bourgeois groupings. I shall of necessity be very schematic. At the economic level, the small-scale producer and the small-scale owner are close both to the bourgeoisie, through ownership, and to the proletariat, the small-scale owner himself being the actual laborer. They are also opposed to both the bourgeoisie, which progressively crushes them economically, and to the proletariat, as they fear proletarianization and are fiercely attached to small property. At the ideological level, this often has the following effects: a. Status quo anti-capitalism, against big money and great fortunes, but in favor of the status quo, for this group clings to its property and fears proletarianization. This is often associated with an egalitarian aspect, against monopolies, and for a return to equality of opportunity, for fair competition on the one hand, and the parliamentary cretinism of equal suffrage on the other. The petty bourgeoisie wants change without changing the system. It also aspires to participate in the distribution of political power, without wanting a radical transformation of it. b. The myth of the latter, aspirations to social mobility, not the revolutionary transformation of society. With the fear of proletarianization below, and the attraction of the bourgeoisie above, the petty bourgeoisie aspires to join the bourgeoisie, by the individual rise of the best and most able. This aspect therefore often takes elitist forms, standing for the renewal of elites, for the replacement of a bourgeoisie not doing its job by the petty bourgeoisie, without society changing. c. The power fetishism described by Lenin. Because of its economic isolation, which also gives rise to petty bourgeois individualism, and because of its economic closeness and antagonism to both bourgeoisie and proletariat, the petty bourgeoisie believes in the neutral state above classes. It expects the state to nurture it and arrest its decline. This often leads to statolatry. The petty bourgeoisie identifies itself with the state, whose neutrality it supposes to be akin to its own, since it sees itself as a neutral class between the bourgeoisie and the working class, and therefore a pillar of the state, its state. It aspires to be the arbitrator of society, because, as Marx says, it would like the whole of society to become petty bourgeois. Similar ideological effects result from the economic situation of non-productive employees, who for their part, experience their exploitation not in production, but mainly in the juridical, and therefore largely illusory, form of the salary, a. Status quo anti-capitalism. Effective exploitation is hidden here, because it is experienced mainly in the form of the salary. This group therefore aspires to social justice, through state redistribution of income. They make declarations against big money, mainly in the form of demands about taxation. There is an egalitarian aspect to the demand for equalization of income, and often parliamentary cretinism comes in too. They fear proletarianization, but above all they fear a revolutionary transformation of society, because of the insecurity they experience through their salaried position. They fear an upheaval which could affect the earnings of non-productive employees, and they often fail to take into account the mechanisms of production, and the exploitative role of ownership of the means of production. One expression of this is the particular corporatist forms assumed by the trade union struggle of this group. b. The latter, upward aspirations. The ideological tendency to look to the ladder and promotion does not come from this section of the petty bourgeoisie having a transitory nature, but from the fact that it is characterized by the highest index of social mobility in capitalist society, both upwards and still more downwards. Although this group is not as such transitory, the successive generations of its members seem, because of their conditions, to belong only in passing. 5. This ideological tendency takes particular forms here, insofar as this group of employees has undergone a high level of education, producing its special qualifications as a labor force. These forms include the ideology of culture as democratic and neutral, and of the neutral educational system as the means for promoting the best to bourgeois status. c. Power fetishism. Again, isolation is what counts, also giving rise to petty bourgeois individualism, not in the form assumed in small-scale ownership, but in the form of isolation and competition among employees, who do not work in production as part of the collective laborer. Their isolation is not therefore overcome by the increasing concentration of the commercial sector. Their belief in the neutral state above classes and their statolatry here assume the form of social Caesarism and the belief in the justice of a strong state. To this must be added the ideological aspect specific to those employees belonging to the state apparatuses, the administration. The state apparatuses, as institutions, produce their own internal ideology, and these employees are particularly subject to it. The ideological aspect of the neutral state above classes especially enters into this, as an essential element of the internal ideology of the state apparatuses. Statolatry and identification with the state and its top levels intervene here more than elsewhere, through bureaucratism and hierarchical subordination. These common effects of the different economic positions of the groups making up the petty bourgeoisie are also to be noted at the political level. Here, the common negative criterion is also important, i.e. the fact that they are neither part of the bourgeoisie nor of the working class, the two basic classes whose political interests are totally irreconcilable. This means that in the field of class struggle, the different groups making up the petty bourgeoisie can have no long-term political interests of their own. This criterion, together with their isolation and their ideological similarity, generally produces the following common effects at the political level. A. It is very difficult for them to organize politically into a specific party of their own. B. They are often organized politically directly through other apparatuses of the state, which these groups see as their own political representative. The petty bourgeoisie often constitutes a supporting class for the state. Its alliance with the bourgeoisie is not direct, but mediated through support for the state forms which the petty bourgeoisie sees as opposed to the bourgeoisie's interests and in agreement with its own. C. These common ideological and political effects apply primarily in what we may call normal social circumstances. Because of their electoralist illusions, the two-component petty bourgeois groups are often in effect the peaceful pillars of the democratic republican order. But the community of effects also functions in the case of crises, as the two groups revolt in quite similar ways against the existing order. D. Both groups share a politically unstable nature. It is they who swing most often, either to the side of the bourgeoisie or to that of the working class, according to the conjuncture, since they are polarized around these two classes. Clearly then, despite their different economic positions, these groups can be defined as part of the same class, the petty bourgeoisie, because of the like effects of these different economic positions on the plane of political and ideological relations. Certain remarks are necessary here. 1. If these groups belong to the same class, the distinction between their economic positions does not thereby lose all relevance. The petty bourgeoisie is itself divided into class fractions. This can have important consequences, although the petty bourgeoisie as a whole basically has a common position in a conjuncture. The case of fascism is a particularly good example of this. It is also possible for dislocations to appear between its different fractions. These dislocations can even be deep enough for one fraction to swing one way, the other in the opposite direction. Experience shows that a common political position is generally maintained in normal conjunctures of class struggle, or in conjunctures of acute political crisis where the working class is on the defensive, as in the case of fascism. The dislocations appear above all in revolutionary conjunctures or in political crises corresponding to the working class offensive, as in Germany and Italy between 1919 and 1921. Otherwise, when the petty bourgeoisie is functioning as a social force, the two groups generally take up a common political position. 6.2. The fact that the petty bourgeoisie does not in the long term have a class position of its own does not prevent it from constituting and playing the part of an authentic social force. Fascism is a case in point, and all such cases correspond to quite specific conjunctures. In such instances, even if the petty bourgeoisie is in the long run and in the last analysis playing the game of the bourgeoisie or the working class, it nonetheless enters the political scene in a relatively autonomous manner and with a specific political weight. This is quite a serious problem, in fact, one of the reasons for the Comintern's misunderstanding of the fascist phenomenon was precisely its refusal to recognize that the petty bourgeoisie can act as an authentic social force. The Comintern quickly recognized the relationship of fascism to the petty bourgeoisie, but it saw the petty bourgeoisie as a mere contributory force trailing behind big capital. Fascist party equals hired agent of big capital. Only Gramsci and Trotsky had a really correct understanding of the relationship of fascism to the petty bourgeoisie. 7. Their position was subsequently condemned by the Comintern and lumped together with that of the Social Democrats, i.e. that the petty bourgeoisie was a third force with its own long-term class position, leading to a false conception of fascism as the dictatorship of the petty bourgeoisie. 8.3. Finally, we should note the importance of ideology in the actual class constitution of the petty bourgeoisie. Even apart from the role of ideology in unifying its different fractions, which are particularly subject to illusions because of their economic position, transitory in the one case, employee status in the other, because of the resulting isolation, ideology plays a decisive role. The petty bourgeoisie literally feeds on the ideology which cements it. Particularly in Italy, this class was one of the main economic victims of fascism, which bled it white, yet it was the only class to support it en masse to the end, and it did so for ideological reasons. This gives some indication of the magnitude of the Comintern's mistake in expecting fascism to fall quickly, because of its internal contradictions, or more precisely, because the mass of the petty bourgeoisie would themselves turn from fascism when they found it damaging to their economic interests. 2. General propositions. I shall now return to discuss the relationship between fascism and the petty bourgeoisie, according to the plan previously applied. I. Monopoly capitalism and the petty bourgeoisie, its economic situation. The rise of fascism corresponds to an economic crisis for the entire petty bourgeoisie. This is an important fact. In both Germany and Italy, the petty bourgeoisie was particularly affected by the economic crisis the countries had just been through. But insofar as the crisis had begun to be resolved before fascism actually came to power, the essential point is the step of transition to the dominance of monopoly capitalism to which fascism corresponds. The acceleration of the concentration of capital during the rise of fascism directly jeopardized the economic existence of small-scale production and small-scale ownership. As for the salaried employees, this step caused a sharp and considerable increase in their numbers, accompanied by the unemployment and underemployment normal in such circumstances. 1. 2. The political crisis and the petty bourgeoisie as a social force, the fascist parties and the interests of the petty bourgeoisie. The rise and rule of fascism correspond to a situation of political crisis for the petty bourgeoisie, and to its formation into an authentic social force through the fascist parties. Apart from those factors which operated or other classes as well as the petty bourgeoisie, its crisis was directly affected by the crisis of hegemony among the dominant classes in Germany and Italy. The petty bourgeoisie, the intermediate class, is always affected by a major crisis involving the basic forces of the capitalist social formation. As a general rule, the crisis of the ruling classes affects the petty bourgeoisie directly. Before stabilization and during the first period of open crisis between the bourgeoisie and the working class, a large part of the petty bourgeoisie clearly swings over to the side of the working class. Without being able to trace a clear line of demarcation between the two fractions of the petty bourgeoisie, we can say that this is mainly the case with the salaried employees. In the face of working class defeat, and the lack of a specific communist policy of alliance with the petty bourgeoisie, this situation changes, but only by steps. After its open swing to the working class side, this part of the petty bourgeoisie seems to stick to social democracy during the stabilization step. Subsequently it becomes disillusioned with social democracy, which fails to defend its interests. Turning away from social democracy, the petty bourgeoisie as a whole finds itself faced, at the beginning of the rise of fascism, with that instability and lack of hegemony among the dominant classes and fractions which characterizes the bourgeois party's crisis of representation. These parties, while they are directly tied to the class interests of the power bloc, are at the same time the representatives of the petty bourgeoisie, because of its inability to form its own party. The bourgeois parties split away from their own classes and fractions in the power bloc. This directly affects their representational tie to the petty bourgeoisie itself, which understands that from now on such parties are no more than parliamentary cliques. The loss of these parties' real influence on the political scene, which they obtained as a result of their ties with fractions and classes other than the petty bourgeoisie, leads the petty bourgeoisie for its part to turn away from them. The way is therefore open to the fascist parties. During the rise of fascism, the petty bourgeoisie, and this time the whole of it, becomes a social force through the fascist parties. But I should pause here to deal with the question of the representational tie between the petty bourgeoisie and the fascist party, and to distinguish between two meanings of the term representation. In its first meaning, the term indicates the tie of a political party to real class interests. In its second meaning, the term mainly indicates the ideological and organizational ties of a party to a class whose real interests it may well not represent. On the relationship between the fascist parties and the petty bourgeoisie, it is necessary to be still more specific and distinguish the steps in the rise and rule of fascism. To take the second meaning first, it is in this sense that the fascist parties are the representatives of the petty bourgeoisie. They are highly structured mass parties with a mass base of members, activists, and voters essentially drawn from the petty bourgeoisie. The class origin of their intermediary and upper strata is also petty bourgeois. What therefore distinguishes them from the bourgeois parties which traditionally represent the petty bourgeoisie is their effective organizational ties with this class. At the same time, the fascist parties are typically petty bourgeois in the ideological sense. This also distinguishes them from the other bourgeois parties which traditionally represent the petty bourgeoisie. What of the real interests represented by these parties, in the first meaning of the term representation? As far as the petty bourgeoisie can be said to have had its own short-term political interests, the fascist party was their real representative during the first step of the rise of fascism. The first party programs were basically no more than a catalogue of petty bourgeois grievances, and the parties actively pursued petty bourgeois demands. But with the point of no return, the turning point was already passed. The fascist party from then on overwhelmingly represented the real interests of the bourgeoisie. If it still continued to pay some attention to the interests of the petty bourgeoisie, once fascism was in power and well into the step of stabilization, these interests were completely abandoned. The petty bourgeoisie intervened as a social force on the political scene through the fascist parties, while swinging clearly to the side of the bourgeoisie. It acted relatively autonomously from big capital within the alliance. The petty bourgeoisie no longer simply trailed behind the bourgeoisie as it had when represented by the traditional bourgeois parties. The alliance of big capital with the petty bourgeoisie in revolt covers over very strong contradictions in this conjuncture. What it hides is intense political struggle between big capital and the petty bourgeoisie, a struggle which is present throughout the whole history of fascism, and which has repercussions on the contradictions between fascism and big capital. In the beginning, this alliance was made through the fascist party, thanks to its ambiguous representational function. The fascist party presented itself as anti-capitalist, while representing more and more clearly the interests of big capital. Later, after the party was subordinated to the state apparatus, in the strict sense, the alliance was made through the state, with the help of the petty bourgeoisie's own power fetishism. This alliance of big capital and petty bourgeoisie was never openly declared. It took the form of petty bourgeois support for a form of state whose ties with the interests of big capital it did not understand. In short, the historical role of fascism was to achieve an alliance between big capital and the petty bourgeoisie, in the very conjuncture in which their contradictions were being acutely intensified. As for the political role and position of the petty bourgeoisie under fascism, I have already given its broad outlines in examining the relationship of fascism to the dominant classes. During the first step of fascism in power, the petty bourgeoisie became the ruling class. With the stabilization step, it fell back to the position of class in charge of the state apparatuses. Its role as a social force was from then on mainly expressed in characteristic effects on the state apparatuses. The particular forms these effects took can be explained neither by their simple correspondence to the interests of big capital, nor by the general ideological role of fascism, but only by the role of the petty bourgeoisie as a social force. In fact, organization into a party of its own is not the only way for a class other than the working class to become a social force. 3. The ideological crisis and fascist ideology, imperialist ideology and petty bourgeois ideology. The rise of fascism corresponds to an acute ideological crisis of the petty bourgeoisie, as part of the generalized ideological crisis of these social formations. The generalized ideological crisis of the German and Italian social formations was firstly a crisis of the dominant ideology. Because petty bourgeois ideology is in the end only the complex twisting and adaptation of bourgeois ideology to the petty bourgeoisie's own aspirations, this crisis directly provoked an ideological crisis of the petty bourgeoisie. Together with the petty bourgeois revolt, this produced the following results: a. The elements of petty bourgeois ideology specific and peculiar to the petty bourgeoisie, which were previously drowned, as it were, in the discourse of bourgeois ideology as adapted to petty bourgeois aspirations, experienced a revival and a sharp upsurge. b. The anti-capitalist aspect became uppermost, often by implicit opposition to bourgeois ideology. c. In the ideological crisis of the working class, borrowings from its ideology, scattered and out of context as they were, became more frequent and more significant. When fascism comes to power, an apparently paradoxical phenomenon results: the petty bourgeois ideological sub-ensemble, modified in this way, replaces the dominant bourgeois ideology, thereby cementing back together the social formations in question. It therefore takes on the role previously played by bourgeois ideology, both for the bourgeoisie itself, and for the working class. A warning should be given here, for the petty bourgeois ideology of fascism has often been discussed in quite wrong terms. This shift in the dominance of bourgeois ideology in favor of the petty bourgeois ideological sub-ensemble in no way means that bourgeois ideology is suffering an eclipse. Bourgeois ideology continues to be constantly present in the dominant ideology, even in its modified form. The petty bourgeois ideological sub-ensemble is still a torsion and adaptation of bourgeois ideology to the aspirations of the petty bourgeoisie which, strictly speaking, has no ideology of its own. Besides, even the ideological elements peculiar to the petty bourgeoisie work in the end to the bourgeoisie's advantage. Bourgeois ideology thus perpetuates its hold, but in indirect or disguised form. This is in fact the specific characteristic of fascist ideology, the indirect domination of imperialist ideology, via the direct dominance of petty bourgeois ideology. Under fascism, the imperialist ideology of big capital is also dominant over classical liberal ideology within bourgeois ideology itself. Imperialist ideology seems to be in contradiction with the normal forms of petty bourgeois ideology, social justice, electoralism etc., but it can correspond perfectly well to the forms assumed by the ideology of a petty bourgeoisie in revolt, which classical liberal ideology cannot. Power fetishism and the strong state, aggressive, intensified nationalism and statolatry and the cult of the leader, anti-parliamentarian, corporatism and authoritarianism, are so many common features shared by imperialist ideology and the ideology of the petty bourgeoisie in revolt, features which mainly turn on the role of the state. That is not all. Imperialist ideology is clearly in harmony with the ideological elements involved in the actual class situation of the new fraction of the petty bourgeoisie. The growth of this fraction of salaried employees, including managers and technicians, is due to the development of capitalism, and they are therefore particularly sensitive to the technocratic aspect of that ideology, the cult of efficiency and technological neutrality which goes together with the idea of the neutrality of culture. The technocratic element is one of the most important aspects of imperialist ideology. Fascism, moreover, with its mystique of yields and efficiency, thoroughly exploits this ideological element, which is common to big capital and the new petty bourgeoisie. On the basis of these considerations, we can take stock of what has been called fascist ideology. The characteristic features of this ideology correspond completely to the interests of big capital. The bourgeois aspect of fascist ideology is basically imperialist ideology, and insofar as imperialist ideology grows out of bourgeois ideology, the seeds of fascist ideology are to be found in the tradition of the dominant ideology of the social formations in question. Fascist ideology was, as it were, rooted in the tradition of the national cultures of Germany and Italy. But on the other hand, it was also dominated by the ideological elements peculiar to the petty bourgeoisie in these two countries, and by a characteristic adaptation of imperialist ideology to petty bourgeois aspirations. In other words, while there is no basic aspect of fascist ideology which is not related to imperialist ideology, yet it is because of the relationship of this ideology to the petty bourgeoisie that these aspects take the precise form of fascist ideology. This should not lead us to forget the internal contradictions of fascist ideology, which, in the last analysis, stem from the contradictions between the interests of big capital and those of the petty bourgeoisie. I could describe the general lines of this ideology here, by concentrating more precisely on its imperialist and petty bourgeois aspects. But there is no point in making a systematic analysis. In fact, fascist ideology cannot constitute a field of research in the same way as the ideological ensembles essentially tied to the bourgeoisie and the working class. As Togliatti pointed out, it is rather an amalgam of contradictory elements, whose articulation can ultimately be grasped only when they are embodied in the practices and apparatuses which will be examined in the last part of this work. 3. At this level it is therefore necessary to keep to a mere indication and enumeration of certain of fascist ideology's essential elements. To begin with the internal contradictions of fascist ideology, it should be remembered that fascism exploits ideological elements peculiar to the petty bourgeoisie in revolt. The anti-capitalist aspect of petty bourgeois aspirations has an important place in this. Declarations against big money were aimed mainly at those fractions of big capital whose interests most obviously harmed those of the classic petty bourgeoisie, e.g. loan capital, the banking fraction of big capital invested in circulation, and the chain stores detrimental to small commerce. Monopolies obstructing free and fair competition, a slogan dear to small-scale production, were also denounced, as were the prevailing forms of taxation. But apart from these contradictions between imperialist and petty bourgeois ideology, attention should be given to their points of collusion. These are the more remarkable because this collusion is constantly presented in anti-capitalist guise, the statolatry aspect of fascist ideology, and the importance given to the cult of the state, outside which the individual is nothing. Corresponding to the petty bourgeoisie's power fetishism, this aspect disguises big capital's interest in the interventionist role of the state, at the stage of monopoly capitalism. It carries over into the notorious cult of the leader and the cult of hierarchical authority, the form of power fetishism typical of the petty bourgeoisie in revolt. The anti-juridical aspect and the related cult of the arbitrary in fascist ideology, the leader's command is the only rule and law. This expresses not only the petty bourgeoisie's cult of the leader, but also its revolt against juridical regulation which, because of its fixation on the state, it holds responsible for its difficulties. This aspect also corresponds to the interests of big capital. Imperialist ideology in effect represents a displacement of domination within bourgeois ideology itself, from the juridico-political region which was dominant in liberal bourgeois ideology to economic technocratism. This displacement disguises the massive state intervention in favor of big capital at the monopoly capitalist stage. 4. But the displacement implied by the anti-juridical aspect of fascist ideology is completed here by a major resurgence of moral ideology, the themes of honor and duty, a favored form of expression for petty bourgeois ideology. The elitist aspect of fascist ideology, carrying over into its racist conceptions. This is also typical of the petty bourgeoisie in revolt, coveting the position of the bourgeoisie. It suits big capital, which is trying to oust medium capital and its representatives from hegemony and from the political scene. The anti-Semitic, racist aspect, I cannot of course start examining racism here. But let me simply point out that the image of the rich exploiting Jew was adapted to the mystified anti-capitalist side of petty bourgeois ideology. This aspect suits big capital, not only because it shifts the anti-capitalism of the petty bourgeois masses onto the Jews, but also because it corresponds to its colonialist and expansionist interests. The nationalist aspect, the exaggerated cult of the mystical entity of the nation, ties of the soil and of blood, through which the petty bourgeoisie tries to deny class struggle, and of which it considers itself the pillar, the natural mediator of the forces operating. Such nationalism evidently suits imperialist big capital. Militarism, the petty bourgeoisie combines nationalism with the authoritarian, hierarchical, leader cult aspect, in accordance with the interests of expansionist big capital. This is accompanied by the abstract cult of violence characteristic of the jacquerie of the rebel petty bourgeoisie, and of the end of the phase in which big capital brings in increasing repression of the masses. Anti-clericalism, the laicizing aspect of the petty bourgeois revolt against privileges, which suits big capital, given the close tie of the church to big landed property and medium capital in these countries. 5. The particular and important role of the family in this ideology, which was studied by Wilhelm Reich. The role of the family is related to the representations and aspirations of a petty bourgeoisie characterized by isolation and family organization in its economic life, and by its search for a social unit immune to class struggle. This suits big capital, although the development of monopoly capitalism leads to a de facto dissolution of traditional family ties. It disguises the class struggle and takes away its reality, contributing to the tendency to authoritarian hierarchy peculiar to imperialist ideology. The particular role given to education, in which the youth are regimented by the state, and a quite specific conception of youth and education. This corresponds to the petty bourgeois ideology of the latter and social mobility, and the conception of generations held by the new petty bourgeoisie, which sees itself as in transit. It also suits big capital, in that it allows it to intervene in the education and training of the labor force necessary to monopoly capitalism. The obscurantism and anti-intellectualism of fascist ideology, corollary of a spontaneous petty bourgeois revolt against the bourgeoisie's organic ideologists and ideological spokesmen, in Gramsci's sense, who have betrayed its aspirations. The revolt of the petty bourgeoisie, a class which in other circumstances is very respectful of culture because of its myth of education, often assumed this aspect of hostility towards the ideologists. For the petty bourgeoisie, which does not strictly speaking have its own ideology, does not normally have its own ideological spokesman, its revolt against the organic ideological spokesman of the bourgeoisie assumes the form of a general revolt against the ideologists. This suits the technocratic side of imperialist ideology very well. Finally, corporatism, in its truly petty bourgeois form. This corresponds to the utopia of the Guild era, which the traditional fraction of the petty bourgeoisie looks backward to, and also to the aspirations of the new petty bourgeoisie. The petty bourgeoisie as a whole would like to form the basic force, the pillar and mediator of every social construction, using the state and its own participation in state corporations to group all social forces together in an authoritarian way. By the particular repression of class struggle this implies, and by the subordination of medium capital to big capital which it favors, this corporatism suits big capital. For the condition of the petty bourgeoisie under fascism. Lastly, what about the economic condition of the petty bourgeoisie under fascism, and the strategy of fascism in this respect? The petty bourgeoisie, traditional and new, was the main economic victim of fascism, together with the middle and lower middle peasantry. Petty commerce and small-scale production were very badly hit by the fascist policy of support for big capital. The fascist wages policy harmed the purchasing power of salaried employees more than anyone else. But this policy advanced by steps. In the first step of fascism in power, during which the petty bourgeoisie effectively occupied the place of ruling class on the political scene, fascism was forced to impose a series of compromises on the dominant classes, in favor of the petty bourgeoisie. Secondly, fascism, once established, did not radically eliminate the traditional petty bourgeoisie. There is a particularly important counter-tendency in the stage of monopoly capitalism, to such a kind of elimination. The very establishment of the dominance of monopoly capitalism in a social formation in fact makes room for the persistence of a weak sector of small-scale production and petty commerce. The high prices and production costs of small-scale production, together with the high retail prices of petty commerce, make it possible to raise the cartel prices fixed by the big monopolies and chain stores. The big monopolies therefore disguise the profits they make by pointing to the prices of small-scale production and commerce. This counter-tendency is therefore mainly of a political and ideological nature, and in the case of fascism, it generally works in favor of certain measures to protect small urban property. As for the salaried employees, there is an important side of the question which should not be forgotten. By a characteristic extension of the bureaucratic state apparatus, very well analyzed by Gramsci, fascism provided openings for an important part of the petty bourgeois masses. There was an excessive growth of the state apparatus, what has been termed the fascist bureaucracy, and this was one of the reasons for the support the petty bourgeoisie gave to the fascist state. 6. Final problem, already mentioned above in connection with the relationship of fascism to the bourgeoisie. In the event of a dictatorship in which the petty bourgeoisie functions as a social force and as the ruling class, there can be a process of relative but also sometimes radical substitution of the old bourgeoisie by members of the petty bourgeoisie. These elements then set themselves up as a new bourgeois class. Most often they develop as a state bourgeoisie. By nationalizations and by expropriating the old bourgeoisie, also by dominating the state apparatus, the petty bourgeois upper ranks of this apparatus often manage to substitute themselves for the old bourgeoisie. This process was not in fact important in the specific case of fascism. Although there was by this means a certain integration of the upper ranks of the petty bourgeoisie into the bourgeoisie, the classic case being the Göring clique, with the creation of the Göring-Werke, this integration mainly took the form of political and ideological ties. State control of the economy by fascism has always been a myth, and even with the war economy, it never went beyond regulation in favor of big capital. Fascism never jeopardized traditional big capital, whose interests it constantly guaranteed. 3. Germany. In Germany, small-scale production and commerce underwent a serious economic crisis, due above all to the process of capital concentration. Between 1907 and 1925, the proportion of independent traders and producers in the population as a whole fell by about 4.5%, and between 1925 and 1933 by a further 2%, or which in all amounts to the considerable decline of some 6 to 7% or 1 at the same time. This fraction of the petty bourgeoisie, exploited by big capital, not only or even mainly by means of expropriation and proletarianization, in the strict sense, and subject to price movements, inflation, and the crisis of the 1929 depression, was one section of the population which suffered most economically. In this process of pauperization, artisans and traders lost almost half their income. 2. As for the new petty bourgeoisie of employees and officials, it increased to the point of representing 17% of the population in 1925 as against 12.6% in 1907. Between 1925 and 1933, this percentage increased again by 1.4%, while the percentage of the working class remained relatively stable. 3. This section of non-productive employees, though it suffered less than the others, lost more of its purchasing power than the working class proper. Before considering the political crisis of the German petty bourgeoisie after the war and during the rise of fascism, I should like to say a few words about its particular characteristics. The revolution from above carried out by Bismarck under the political leadership of the landed nobility, and the marked lack of a hegemonic role for the bourgeoisie, had allowed the German petty bourgeoisie, as Marx and Engels pointed out, to play an important role. In Germany, the petty bourgeois class, a relic of the 16th century and since then constantly cropping up again under various forms, is the real social basis of the existing state of things. For this class, a most important one in every body politic, and in all modern revolutions, is still more important in Germany, where, during recent struggles, it generally played the decisive part. 5. It was certainly an important role, but what precisely was it? Faced with the still dampened political contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the landed nobility, the petty bourgeoisie constantly supported the bourgeoisie against this nobility, without its own contradiction with the bourgeoisie ever being openly declared. Unlike the French case, the German petty bourgeoisie, in the absence of a specifically bourgeois ideology, was impermeable to an ideology of the Jacobin type, and constantly remained in the wake of the bourgeoisie. It was therefore also overwhelmingly subject to transformed feudal ideology. Until fascism, it never constituted a social force, which to a certain extent explains the way in which it allowed itself to be hoaxed by the bourgeoisie after fascism's accession to power. After the war, a section of the petty bourgeoisie seems to have swung, in varying degrees, onto the side of the working class. Employees and civil servants openly participated in the big strikes and street demonstrations, and joined unions. They also gave their electoral support, which was quite significant, to social democracy, and more rarely to the Communist Party. In 1923, when the Ruhr was occupied, many petty bourgeois, mainly white-collar workers, went over to communism. An examination of union membership and election results in the strongly petty bourgeois areas shows that, during the stabilization period, this part of the petty bourgeoisie pinned its hopes on social democracy. Only with the beginnings of the rise of fascism did it turn towards National Socialism. Let us turn now to the relationship of the petty bourgeoisie to the National Socialist Party. 6. In the years between 1930 and 1934, the proportion of salaried employees in the membership of the National Socialist Party varied from 20.6 to 25.6%, well above their proportion in the total population, about 12%. The proportion of government employees, particularly teachers, rose from 8.3% to 13%, reaching 29% in 1935, while they were only 5% of the total population. The proportion of independent artisans and traders stayed at about 20%, though they were only 9% of the population American Samoa a whole. Equally remarkable are the figures for the class origin of the party's middle-grade officials and higher leaders. 37% of these were white-collar workers, followed by government employees, then artisans and traders. 7. The National Socialist Reichstag deputies elected in 1930 included 16 who were mainly from small-scale commerce and artisan production, 25 white-collar workers, 13 teachers, 12 government employees, 15 party officials of petty bourgeois origin, 8 ex-officers and 12 middle peasants, plus 1 clergyman and a chemist, Gregor Strasser. The election results were also clear. It was basically the petty bourgeoisie which gave clear and unanimous support to the National Socialist Party. It is particularly notable that where the National Socialist Party made electoral gains, it was firstly the liberal center parties, with the exception of the Catholic center, with their essentially petty bourgeois clientele, which suffered, losing about 80% of their votes, much more than the conservatives, the German nationalists, who lost only 40% of their votes to the Nazis. 8. The situation remained virtually unchanged while fascism was in power. The relationship of the petty bourgeoisie to the National Socialist Party was also apparent in its forms of organization. 9. It was, at first sight, a highly centralized party, organized essentially on a street and community basis, the principle of the leader being rigorously applied all the way down. But this centralism was in fact sectoralized, the different party apparatuses and geographical sectors keeping for a long time a large measure of autonomy. The party was constantly shaken by internal struggles and contradictions, a measure not only of the contradictory interests it represented, in the ideological and political sense, but also of the difficulties inherent in an organization of the petty bourgeoisie. Lastly, this indicates the various successive breaks in the representational tie between the upper ranks and the petty bourgeoisie, breaks which in turn entailed others between the upper ranks and the intermediate levels. This gradually led to the creation of the SS arm, dominating the party and directly affiliated to the upper ranks which had already severed their representation of the petty bourgeoisie, in both senses of the term. b. The various rank and file organizations of the party were based on representation by profession, traders, teachers, office workers, doctors, etc. c. The party was organized on military lines, corresponding not only to the requirements of the struggle for power, but also, and perhaps especially, to the ideology of the German petty bourgeoisie. d. From the beginning, the party was heavily staffed, with a very large number of paid members and full-timers. This corresponded especially to the proletarianized petty bourgeoisie's need for subsidies, and also to those ideological tendencies towards bureaucratization which are peculiar to the petty bourgeoisie. e. Organizations with a purely ideological function were particularly important, e.g. sports, youth, and leisure organizations. Actions of an ideological nature, such as parades, festivals and initiatory rites, played a characteristic and leading part in this. During the rise of fascism, the National Socialist Party effectively seemed to represent the real short-term interests of the petty bourgeoisie. This is to be seen in the practical support it gave the actions of the petty bourgeoisie, and in the concrete demands written into its program. Moreover, from 1927, the petty bourgeoisie's own corporative associations, such as the very important Deutsche Nationalhandlungshilfeverband, DHV, gave their support to the National Socialist Party. 10. But there was a radical change with the party's turn from the point of no return. I already outlined the political evolution of the petty bourgeoisie when it was most enlightening to do so, in examining the relationship of National Socialism to the ruling classes. With National Socialism's accession to power, the petty bourgeoisie briefly became the presiding class, then fell back to the position of class in charge of the state. It should just be recalled that although there was a clear and progressive rupture in the representational tie between the National Socialist Party and the real interests of the petty bourgeoisie, the ties of political and ideological representation were maintained throughout the time fascism was in power. The contradictions which resulted from this, between the action of the petty bourgeoisie as a social force, and big capital, marked the whole period, and also marked the relations between National Socialism and big capital. I shall not examine in detail the question of Nazi ideology. Firstly, because others have already studied the question fully, secondly, and above all, because fascist ideology, in the sense of petty bourgeois class ideology, does not exist. The elements which distinguish it have been mentioned above. What is much more interesting is the institutional forms to which they gave rise and in which they were embodied, and I shall deal with these later in examining the National Socialist state. The real interests of the urban petty bourgeoisie were totally abandoned when National Socialism came to power. But this was still accomplished by steps, and the process only became apparent with the step of stabilization. During the first step, certain measures were taken in favor of the traditional fraction of the petty bourgeoisie. The activity of the big department stores was restricted to some extent. In 1933, two autonomous corporations were created, a corporation of retail trade, excluding large stores, and an artisan corporation, both with Dr. Renteln at their head. Their purpose was the protection of small-scale production and petty trade. But these measures were abolished in 1934 and Dr. Renteln was sacked. 11. Partly because of monopoly capitalism's counter-tendency, mentioned above, to the proletarianization of small producers and traders, their exploitation by big capital and their progressive extinction was not accomplished by direct expropriation, nor by outright purchase by big capital. It was in the main accomplished only indirectly, and the small producers and traders were economically subjected to big capital in a de facto manner. 12. The National Socialist policy of retail price control severely damaged the profits of petty commerce, which fell steadily. By 1936, 75% of businesses in the food trade brought their proprietors a monthly income below that of a skilled worker. Between 1936 and 1938, 104,000 independent artisans became wage workers. But with the war economy and the need for labor, this development went still further. In 1939 two decrees were issued. By the first, artisans in untimely work or work unsuited to their abilities could be constrained to take other work. By the second, all businesses with a turnover below a certain minimum, which varied according to categories of occupation, were simply suppressed, this affecting petty commerce as well as small-scale production. All these measures were presented by National Socialism as progressive popular measures against price rises. National Socialism, with its dividing tactics, seemed to be relying on the working class and the poor peasantry for its radical measures against the petty bourgeoisie and in favor of the big monopolies, and was then going on to take certain measures in favor of the petty bourgeoisie at the expense of the lower classes. In 1941 in particular, National Socialism decreed the dissolution of the consumer cooperatives, which catered for some 10 million small consumers in Germany and Austria, invoking the illegal competition they were giving private commerce. The second fraction of the petty bourgeoisie, the employees, grew after National Socialism established the dominance of monopoly capitalism. The proportion of white-collar workers in the population as a whole rose from 11.8% in 1933 to 13.3% in 1939, that of civil servants from 6.6% to 7.1%, representing a rise of 350,000 persons in government employment, not counting the civil officials of the National Socialist Party. The civil service budget went up by 170% or 13. The real wages of these non-productive workers were undermined, by about 20% or, while those of industrial workers remained fairly stable. 4. Italy. The situation of the urban petty bourgeoisie in Italy was broadly similar to that in Germany. In view of the precocious and artificial concentration of Italian big capital, accelerated during the war, the position of the artisans and small traders became more and more critical throughout the rise of fascism. The proportion of salaried employees increased less during this period than in Germany, because of the different level of capitalist development, but the proportion of civil servants was much higher than in Germany, because of the exodus from the countryside and the novelty of this source of revenue. With the post-war economic crisis and the fall of the lira, this fraction suffered more than the working class, which succeeded in making appreciable economic gains by means of collective bargaining. As to the particular characteristics of the Italian urban petty bourgeoisie, because of the passive revolution of the Risorgimento, and the specific alliance of the northern bourgeoisie with big landed property in the south, it too had been unable to function as a social force until fascism. Unlike the German case, however, it had been affected by the ideology of the Garibaldian movement, which it adapted to its own aspirations. Its contradiction with the bourgeoisie which, under Crispi, had rapidly lost ground, had often come out into the open. This meant, firstly, that fascism tried to place itself in the Garibaldian republican tradition, and secondly that the Italian petty bourgeoisie under fascism was much more radical than the German. This obliged Italian fascism to play a continual game of compromise. After the war, a large part of the petty bourgeoisie here too swung to the side of the working class. It generally supported the factory occupation movement of 1920, and was converted to social democracy. But it supported fascism from the beginning of its rise. Nonetheless, the Italian petty bourgeoisie seems to have made relatively less of a mark on the fascist party than did its German counterpart on the National Socialist Party. Because of its particular ideology, the Risorgimento tradition, and its trade union links, the fascist party had a higher proportion of members both of really bourgeois origin and of proletarian origin than the National Socialist Party. Basically, though, the two cases were the same. According to statistics for 1921, covering 151,000 of the fascist party's 320,000 members, the petty bourgeois proportion was roughly as follows: 114,000 small traders, 15,000 white-collar workers in the private sector, 10,000 state employees, and 20,000 students of bourgeois and petty bourgeois origin. This proportion is far higher than that of the petty bourgeoisie and its different fractions in the population as a whole. There were also 18,000 large and medium landowners and 4,000 industrialists, fewer than the proportion of these classes in the total population, but considerably more than the National Socialist Party had. These members were the militants of the fascist movement. As for the medium and higher level cadres of the party, they were overwhelmingly drawn from the petty bourgeoisie. 3/4 of the federal secretaries and officials of the fascist party came from the urban petty bourgeoisie. 2. Finally, there was a large proportion of fascist party members who were ex-servicemen, demobilized and déclassés after the recent war. In conjunction with the particular process by which Italian fascism established itself in power, this was one of the reasons why the fascist party presented a more militaristic organizational appearance than the National Socialist Party. 3. It was organized in squadri, centuries, and cohorts. The military organizations of the fascist party were not separate from its civil organizations. The progressive severance of the fascist party's representation of the petty bourgeoisie was marked by open military engagements between different sections of the apparatus. Lastly, one feature of Italian fascism which distinguished it from National Socialism was its organization of professional groups based not on occupation but on branches of industry. This does not so much signify a greater implantation of fascism in the Italian working class, as the open fight it had to wage against it. The specific development of the role of the petty bourgeoisie in Italy, first as presiding class, then class in charge of the state, has also been studied in investigating the relationship of fascism to the dominant classes. I shall not go into detail here either on the subject of fascist ideology. I would simply remark that the form it took in Italy was much more marked by the nationalist tradition of the liberal bourgeoisie. Instead of Rosenberg and other Nazi ideologists, Renault is in the front line here. But perhaps the most striking difference with National Socialism is the relative absence of the anti-Semitic and racist aspect, due for one thing to the restricted importance of colonialism for Italian big capital. The material interests of the Italian petty bourgeoisie under fascism underwent a similar development to that in Germany, though because of the different level of capitalist development, the process of concentration did not reach the same pace or level as in Germany. Italian fascism thus had more room for maneuver in relation to small-scale production and commerce. There is a particularly notable absence of authoritarian measures equivalent to expropriation, measures such as were taken by National Socialism, although the artisan sector decreased considerably in absolute numbers and as a percentage of the active population. In 1936, it accounted for 25.6% of workers in industry, which is relatively high. For at the same time, this fraction of the petty bourgeoisie suffered less from pricing policies than its German equivalent. There was also a very important increase in non-productive employees. The tertiary sector as a proportion of the whole population rose from 19.5% in 1921 to 2.37% in 1936. The earnings of this fraction of the petty bourgeoisie declined, as a percentage of the total national income, while their percentage in the whole population was always going up, a phenomenon which clearly distinguished them from the working class proper. 5. However, the number of state employees was growing much faster than in Germany, the fascist bureaucracy being more important in Italy after the accelerated depopulation of the countryside, and with the unemployment which followed the 1929 crisis. The proportion of white-collar workers in the whole population rose from 11% in 1920 to 12% in 1930 and 18% in 1938. 6. To keep things in proportion, however, these processes were on the whole quite similar in Germany and Italy. Part 6. Fascism and the countryside. I must now turn to the last problem, the relationship of fascism to the countryside. I have deliberately used the term countryside. An analysis of fascism in the countryside once again clearly demonstrates what a reactionary myth it is to describe the peasantry as a single class. The rural population is itself composed of different classes and fractions, stemming from the different modes and forms of production in the social formation. This is not all, even those who accept, as Marxists, that the peasantry is divided into classes, often tend to take the land as a common denominator and to imagine that these classes and fractions may operate, politically and ideologically, in the same way, like the sections of the petty bourgeoisie. For example, one among European examples, the case of fascism is often used to point out the reactionary nature of the rural population, which is presumed to have been unanimous in its support. This is incorrect. Both in discussing fascist policy towards typical rural areas, and in discussing the behavior of the peasantry towards fascism, which varied from direct support through passivity to open opposition, some distinction must be made between the classes and fractions. 1. Classes in the countryside. The problem of distinguishing classes and class fractions in the countryside is very complex, and so some preliminary remarks are needed. The main Marxist positions available are those of Lenin, basically in the development of capitalism in Russia, Koski, the Koski of 1900, in the agrarian question, and the much briefer remarks of Mao about classes in China. 1. To begin with, there are certain criteria which are generally referred to in distinguishing classes in agriculture, though these are inadequate. A. Formal juridical ownership. This properly belongs to the superstructure, not to the relations of production. Lenin has shown, particularly in his analyses of the Prussian road of capitalist development in agriculture, that this criterion affords no way of distinguishing large feudal ownership from large capitalist ownership. B. Size of income is not definitive either, but this is what the summary use of the criterion of area of cultivation leads to. Such a criterion is particularly inadequate for distinguishing between small owners, small tenant farmers and agricultural smallholders, as well as between large feudal and large capitalist owners. C. The relationship of an agricultural unit to the market, i.e. the proportion of the product marketed, is quite irrelevant, as it does not refer to the relations of production, and wrongly lumps together different classes and fractions of the peasantry. D. Technical criteria, commercial value of land, type of agricultural product, degree of technological rationalization, percentage of capital invested, are not determinant either. In the last analysis, all these elements are the effects of the relations of production in the countryside. 2. It is therefore necessary to look closely at the characteristic relations of production exhibited by different modes of production in the countryside, and this must be done via the double relationship governing these relations of production. A. The relationship of the non-laborer to the land, i.e. economic ownership. This can be defined as the non-laborer's real economic power and control, its forms, extent and degree. B. The relationship of real appropriation, or possession, i.e. the relation of the actual laborer to the land, in what forms, to what extent and to what degree it is possible for the direct laborer to set to work the means of production without the intervention of the non-laborer. For each mode and form of production, feudal, capitalist, simple commodity production, the combination of these two relationships is embodied in a particular kind of economic unit or farm, the specific form of agricultural enterprise. This may be defined as the unit within which the allocation of land to any type of production, the distribution of the means of production and labor and therefore the distribution of income and profits, are determined by the combination of these two relationships. 3. This is valid for all modes of production. But any given social formation contains several different coexisting modes and forms of production, both in industry and in agriculture. 3. The first consequence of this is that the actual forms of cultivation or agricultural enterprises are in some way impure, because of the concrete combination of different modes, or forms, of production, varying according to the specific historical development of each social formation. We may now attempt to establish the main forms of agricultural enterprise in capitalist social formations. Although historical development is involved here, the analysis will still be at a high level of abstraction, just as when Lenin, discussing historical development, attempted to grasp the two roads by which capitalism tended historically to establish itself in the countryside. For this analysis is an indispensable precondition, but it is not in itself sufficient to grasp all the concrete effects of the combination of modes of production in the countryside, and to establish what classes and fractions are present in the social formations concerned. 5. A. The agricultural unit based on large landed property of the feudal kind. The landowner has complete economic power in this kind of cultivation. The actual laborer holds small patches of land by feudal tenure, and provides the landowners with labor, mainly in the form of corvée. In its historically surviving forms, this type of cultivation, as Lenin shows, often takes the form of sharecropping. 6. There is no market for agricultural labor, as this is provided by the dependent tenant, tied to the soil of the land he cultivates. Extensive cultivation prevails. Production is not mainly for the market, and the criterion of profitability is not very important. The proportion of capital invested is low. B. The agricultural unit based on capitalist land ownership of the kind typical of a direct capitalization of the previous form of cultivation. Here also, the landowner has complete economic power over the land. Cultivation requires long-term capital investment, and is generally centered on intensive monoculture, cereals, potatoes etc., intended for the market. The cost of land is often relatively low. The direct producer here is the landless agricultural laborer. He sells his labor power, and is paid sometimes in kind, but more generally in wages. Large, well-to-do, and medium capitalist property are all involved. The form of cultivation is the determining factor, not the size of unit. C. The agricultural unit based mainly on tenant farming, with large, medium and small farms. As Koski explains, 7. This involves the typical capitalist rentier. Real economic power is basically in the hands of the tenant, and the tenancies are themselves the agricultural units. There is a partial identification of economic ownership and possession. The capitalist landlord is the formal, juridical owner. Rent is fixed, either at a given amount, or on a sliding scale according to the yield. 8. In this type of unit, real economic power can itself be divided. It may be the juridical owner who decides what should be produced, the farmer who decides what means of production to use. This is a specific form of transition to the establishment of capitalism in agriculture. It is not the Prussian road, as in case B, but neither is it the road of small land ownership. Although it belongs historically on the side of the latter, it is a transition form which, for juridico-political reasons, has come up against the obstacle of uncompleted distribution of land and agrarian reform. This type of cultivation is to be found not only before the historical problem of land redistribution arises, as in France before the Revolution, but also after the distribution has taken place. The expropriation of indebted smallholders, who then become tenants, is one of the ways in which capitalist ownership is built up from small ownership, in the way Lenin describes, for example, in the case of Central and Southwest Germany. This kind of unit is also found in the later historical transformation of case B, when land rent is capitalized as a very fast rate. England is the classic case. This form favors the introduction of capitalism into agriculture much more than does small holding. It aids the extension of units, as small and medium owners often rent lands other than their own. These enterprises are more inclined to increase their yields and introduce technological innovations, etc., as they have to pay for their land. High yields and intensive cultivation are often found on this kind of land. Finally, different forms of agricultural labor are used, according to the type of cultivation. Large and well-to-do capitalist owners are involved, but depending on whether tenant farming is generally conducted using wage labor, and on the degree that this is developed, large, medium and small tenants can be the effective economic owners. D. The agricultural unit based on small-scale ownership, the familiar small holding, where juridical and economic ownership and possession, coincide. Cultivation is mainly by members of the family, however loosely defined the services of agricultural laborers are subordinate, farm servants, or rare, in periods of intensive work. The smallholders are occasionally obliged to work as agricultural laborers. Such units are relatively little oriented to the market. Land rent does not play a direct role. Small-scale production, apart from its restricted extent, is not well adapted to increasing productivity. Deeply indebted and mortgaged as capitalism develops, its main problems are credit and prices. While tenant farms of the same size often share the risk of production with the owner, here the direct producer bears the risk alone. This kind of unit is engaged in simple commodity production. It is one of the historical roads of transition to capitalism in agriculture. The small peasant owners are the rural petty bourgeoisie par excellence, and they, too, are destined to be eliminated in the long run. This analysis is not enough to account for the division of the peasantry into classes and class fractions in a given, historical social formation. Such a formation combines in a complex way the forms of agricultural unit defined above, according to the pure modes of production and to the general, relatively abstract forms of their tendency to combine in the course of history. There are two very important problems here. In each form of agricultural unit, except for simple commodity production, there are two main classes, the non-laboring exploiters and the exploited direct producers. The criteria I have used, those of relations of production and real economic control, lead us to regroup categories which at an abstract level are based on different forms of agricultural unit, into one and the same class in a concrete social formation. The effect is to polarize, overdetermine and underdetermine classes where modes of production are concretely combined in a social formation. But even after such regrouping and polarization, the fact that the categories grouped together belong to different forms of agricultural unit remains important. It is expressed in the political and ideological differences which divide these classes into class fractions. 2. Ideological and political relationships play a crucial role in dividing the peasantry into classes, not only in dividing them into different fractions, but as a factor around which the classes themselves regroup and polarize, locating and defining them. The size of the agricultural unit, which varies according to the quality of the land and the amount of capital investment, has its own importance, which should be neither exaggerated nor minimized. Not only does it often indicate the form of the enterprise, but above all, together with the relations of production, it introduces key ideological and political differences into a single form of agricultural enterprise. These principles are the basis for understanding the rural class divisions of Germany and Italy. 9.1. The great landowners, such as the Prussian agrarier, usually owning over 100 hectares. The semi-feudal landed aristocracy, those big capitalist landowners who cultivate their own land, and the big capitalist rentier landlords all belong to this category. But important ideological and political differences distinguish these fractions from each other. 2. The rich and upper middle peasantry. According to the region, the land, and capital investment, the unit is generally more than 20 to 25 hectares. It is cultivated mainly by wage labor or by small tenant farmers. The rich peasantry comprises juridical owners of land who are at the same time economic owners, and also large tenant farmers insofar as they are the real economic owners of the agricultural unit. There are nonetheless important politico-ideological differences between these class fractions. 3. The middle peasantry. Depending on the region, the land, and capital investment, the unit is generally over 5 to 10 hectares. Cultivation is by mixed labor, family labor, and wage labor in that order of importance. The middle peasantry comprises middle tenants and middling owners. It is noteworthy that the middle owners of this class rarely rent out their land. In general, they cultivate it directly. Again, There are important politico-ideological differences between the fractions of this class. 4. The poor and lower middle peasantry. Generally, depending on the region and the land, such units are not above 5 to 10 hectares, and labor is mainly provided by the family. This category includes small holders, small tenants who are also the actual economic owners, and also the tenants and sharecroppers of the big semi-feudal estates. The latter may not have economic ownership as the rest do, but they do have a similar possession of the land in the relation of real appropriation. Again, there are notable ideological and political differences between the fractions of the poor peasantry. 5. Agricultural laborers proper, living mainly if not solely from selling their labor power. There are still notable ideological and political differences among these landless workers, according to whether they belong to a large estate which still has feudal features, or to a properly capitalist estate. There are of course intermediate fringes between these classes. 2. General propositions. I. The economic situation in the countryside. The rise and rule of fascism correspond to an economic crisis in the countryside, a crisis with two aspects. Firstly, the post-war economic crisis affected the whole of agriculture in Germany and Italy. More important, however, the establishment of monopoly capitalist domination in these social formations had far-reaching effects on the relations of production in the countryside, and this in turn had its effects on the peasantry. 2. The politico-ideological crisis. The rise and rule of fascism correspond to a deep politico-ideological crisis in the countryside, especially among the poor peasantry and agricultural laborers. The end of the war saw a real peasant uprising in both countries, and in Italy it took particularly radical forms. Many small holders and tenants went over to social democracy. The agricultural laborers were organized into social democratic unions en masse, and some of them supported the Communist Party. But social democracy betrayed them. As for the KPD and the maximalist tendency in Italian social democracy, they both completely neglected the question of alliance with the poor peasantry, and so did the PCI to a certain extent, during the rise of fascism. This had its roots in the general political line of the parties and their specific practice in relation to alliances. Their policy did not allow them to advance any concrete transitional program for the peasantry on the basis of distribution of land. In this situation, the different peasant classes and fractions found themselves extremely disoriented politically, and their revolt increasingly took on typical Jacquerie forms. They too were in ideological crisis. It is important to go into this ideological crisis of the rural classes. The two basic forces in a capitalist formation are the bourgeoisie and the working class, and in these formations, the rural classes and fractions have no ideology of their own, strictly speaking, except for a considerable fraction of the large landowners who are often still imbued with feudal ideology. According to their class nature, the peasant classes and fractions are drawn towards the major ideologies, or ideological subsystems, of capitalist formations, which they adapt to their own conditions. Where the capitalist mode of production is dominant, the classes and fractions finally polarize around the basic social forces. The agricultural proletariat is drawn towards the working class, and is particularly susceptible to its ideology. Small holders and small cultivators, the poor peasantry in general, because of their individual ownership and small-scale cultivation, have many of the ideological characteristics of the urban petty bourgeoisie. They share in small-scale production's ideological subsystem, and polarize around and oscillate between the two basic classes just as the petty bourgeoisie does. The middle peasantry are ideologically divided, they too are sometimes drawn towards the urban petty bourgeoisie and sometimes, because of the form of enterprise they are engaged in, and their contradictions with big property, they are drawn towards capitalist ideology in the form which it assumes in the countryside, that of the rich peasantry. Finally, I should stress the specific functioning of ideological effects in the heart of the countryside. Because of the forms taken by the relations of production, the lack of an ideology peculiar to the popular classes of rural society, and the contradictions which arise between industry and agriculture, the popular classes in rural society are particularly subject to the ideological influence of big property. The means of indoctrination are typically rigid and stagnant. 1. The particularly strong ideological influence of big property takes specific forms. The dominant classes and class fractions in the countryside fully exploit the myths of peasant unity, of the solidarity of the soil and community of the land, which would unite the whole of the peasantry against industry and the towns. This ideological myth can present different aspects, which often express the survival of feudal ideology. The feudal ideology of the great landed proprietors gives credibility to the myth, which seems to have been formulated as a response to the emergence of capitalism in feudal society, and which thus expresses the contradiction between the feudal nobility and the bourgeoisie. This myth therefore refers constantly to the themes, images, and symbols of feudal tradition. But feudal ideology, in order to infiltrate the popular classes in the countryside, takes the form of feudal socialism analyzed by Marx in the Communist Manifesto. The generalized ideological crisis of the German and Italian social formations had direct repercussions in the countryside. In particular, the rural petty bourgeoisie was affected by the ideology of the urban petty bourgeoisie in revolt. The rural proletariat, more subject to petty bourgeois ideological influence than the urban proletariat, were won to the rebellious form of this ideology in massive numbers. Lastly, the theme of the community of the soil binding together the peasantry as a whole was particularly effective, and attested to a significant extension of the hold of feudal ideology on the popular classes in the countryside. Fascism, then, presented a demagogic face to the poor peasantry, making false promises of colonization and land distribution. But there was more to it. Fascism thoroughly exploited both the particular forms assumed by petty bourgeois rebel ideology in the countryside, and the ideological theme of the solidarity and community of the soil. It was this corporatist aspect which prevailed in the ideological role of fascism in the countryside. Like the emphasis on ties of blood and ties of the soil, on personal loyalty, etc., this aspect linked up with the survivals of feudal ideology in rural fascism. This fusion of rural petty bourgeois rebel ideology with the relics of feudal ideology is what gives rural fascism its originality. It is to be distinguished from urban fascism, in which monopoly capitalist forms of ideology are much more pronounced. 3. The fascist parties, fascism, and the peasant classes, town and countryside. In discussing the relationship of fascism to the countryside, the point must be made very strongly that fascism is basically an urban phenomenon. This contradicts the view of almost all the ideologists of totalitarianism, who have a vague conception of the connection between fascism and traditional values and see fascism as an essentially peasant phenomenon. 2. Fascism is basically an urban phenomenon in that the class origins and militant wing of fascism are rooted essentially in the towns. It is not necessary to go over the relationship of fascism to the big landowners again. As for its relationship to other sections of the peasantry, even where fascism got active support going beyond mere voting, the impact of the peasantry within both the fascist and National Socialist parties was entirely secondary. This is a remarkable fact, if fascism is contrasted with the reactionary but essentially peasant mass political movements which arose at the same period in the East European countries, Hungary, Romania, etc., or even Spain. The explanation is that fascism really represents the interests of monopoly capitalism at a step at which its interests are in very strong contradiction with those of the agricultural sector as a whole. On the basis of this secondary contradiction, fascism manages to disguise the principal contradiction in the countryside, between the big landowners and the popular classes, in a quite specific way. Fascism originally appears much more as a reaction of the whole agricultural sector against the capitalization of agriculture, than as the direct expression of the reaction of the poor peasantry, i.e. the rural petty bourgeoisie, against the big landowners. Under fascism, this petty bourgeois revolt is directed almost exclusively against credit, banking capital, and the profiteering Jew, against falling prices on the urban market, and against the industrial proletariat. Because it can present itself as the protector of agriculture as a whole, fascism has from the beginning much closer political and organizational ties with big property in the countryside than in the towns, where it expresses the reaction of the urban petty bourgeoisie to monopoly capital in a new way. This does not of course mean that fascism has no ideological or even demagogic role among the poor peasantry. It means that, in the countryside, fascism is much more an ideological and military movement with direct ties to big property, rather than a movement that stems from the rural petty bourgeoisie. Fascism anyway had to pay the landed proprietors this price for the domination of monopoly capital, which it effected at their expense. Lastly, one of the basic tasks of fascism was to divide the popular classes of the towns from the popular classes in the countryside, by using the myth of peasant unity. As for the relationship of the different rural classes and fractions to fascism, it should be remembered that the big landowners gave fascism direct and active support. This is also true of the rich peasantry, though some of them, depending on the region, seemed to share the doubts of the middle peasantry about fascism. The middle peasantry, next to the agricultural workers, seemed to have resisted fascism more strongly than the other peasant classes, at least for a time. Although it cannot be said that the middle peasantry and some of the rich peasantry resisted fascism in the way that middle industrial capital did, there are still some similarities in their political attitudes. Further, it was middle tenants rather than middle landowners who swung towards fascism. The poor peasantry, small producers, and rural petty bourgeoisie, were particularly deeply divided over fascism. They were distinguished from the middle peasants by a more open and majority support for fascism, but their case is much more complicated than that of the urban petty bourgeoisie. The rural petty bourgeoisie in the majority swung over to fascism, but did not work actively in the fascist movement. Even their votes were deeply divided. Where there had been agrarian reform, creating the familiar parcels of peasant land, the small holders were much more resistant to fascism than the small tenants or the tenants of feudal estates, the latter being overwhelmingly dominated by feudal ideology. They were also more divided than the urban petty bourgeoisie. This was not, as a whole series of third force ideologists would like to have it, because of the innately democratic powers of small holding. This idea, which led Tosca to maintain that one of the reasons for the success of fascism in Italy was the absence of agrarian reform and a significant class of peasant smallholders, proprietary contadini, is quite incorrect. In fact, like the urban petty bourgeoisie, the smallholders are at once drawn towards democratic radicalism, and, as Marx pointed out, especially likely, in given circumstances, to give massive support to Bonapartist forms of state. Their division over fascism relates to its specific ideological and political features. Fascism is originally an urban phenomenon, and in the countryside it is directly tied to big property, which has feudal ideological features clashing with the ideological traits of the smallholders. Lastly, the relationship of agricultural workers to fascism depends both on the nature of the agricultural unit to which they belong, and on the political forms of past struggles. It also depends on the importance of ideological factors. They are in the main hostile to fascism, and brought into it mainly through direct pressure from the great landowners. Agricultural workers in truly capitalist enterprises do however seem to put up more resistance to fascism than those engaged in semi-feudal cultivation, who experience the whole weight of feudal ideology. For monopoly capitalism and the countryside, the condition of the peasant classes under fascism. What then was the economic policy of fascism towards the various classes and fractions in the countryside once it had come to power? In economic terms, the agricultural workers were the main victims of fascism, followed by the rural petty bourgeoisie and their urban counterparts. The final introduction of capitalism into agriculture, in the form of monopoly capitalism, works in the interests of the big landowners and rich peasants alone. Two important phenomena should however be noted: 1. The economic exploitation of the small holdings, and the exploitation of the land by monopoly capital and the big landowners, is not in the main carried out by direct expropriation of the small holders, although some measures of the kind are taken. Because of the nature of the step, and for political reasons, this exploitation is mainly indirect, so much so that Bettelheim, referring to the survival of small holding property in the countryside, goes so far as to say that the conservative aspect of Nazi policy was, the stronger as the interests of the small holders ran counter to the economic needs of the Reich. The Nazi regime accepted all the inconveniences involved, only because it wanted to preserve one of the factors of peasant conservatism. 3. Besides these political reasons for preserving small holdings and small cultivation, the reasons Koski gives in the agrarian question should also be recalled. These include economic counterweights to the tendency for the small agricultural unit to disappear in the course of capitalist development. This counter-tendency is stronger than that in the relations between big capital and small industrial producers, but it is nevertheless similar. The currents running counter to the concentration of capital in industry also make themselves felt in agriculture, with striking similarity. But in agriculture there are still more tendencies which do not come into operation in industry. For the big landowners can quite happily accommodate the survival of a sector of small-scale cultivation. Firstly, the high cost of small-scale production allows them to keep up the level of agricultural prices. Secondly, while capitalism tends to depopulate the countryside, the small holding ties the peasantry to the soil, providing the landowners with a labor force. Thirdly, because of the nature of the land, the small holding property bordering on a large estate is not always that which is needed for the rounding off and extension of the large estate, etc. 2. Although fascist promises of colonization and distribution of land were a dead letter for the poor peasantry, certain measures were taken in this direction, with some tangible results. Through the buying up of land, and the conquest and clearing of new land, a new fraction of middle and rich landowners was created, fascists as far as one can see, to whom this land was distributed. This measure killed two birds with one stone. It achieved both the penetration of capitalism into agriculture, bypassing the obstacle of the small holding, and the creation of a solid social base for fascism in the countryside. 3. Germany. In Germany, according to the 1925 census, 23% of the total population lived off the land. Forms of property and cultivation were largely divided by the Elbe. To the west, there had been land distribution, partly influenced by the Napoleonic Code and industrialization, but also due to forms of bourgeois democratic revolution in these regions. It led to a very small-scale farming, mainly in small holdings, in the Rhineland, Baden, and Württemberg. In Bavaria and Saxony big and medium tenant farms were dominant. The east was still the region of the great landed estates, which covered 64.4% of the land in Mecklenburg, 57% in Pomerania, and up to 70% in the Stralsund district. The great estates had already made a decisive turn towards capitalist exploitation, one despite the fact that certain features of feudalism still persisted. The great manors often retained their small tenants, especially in Schleswig-Holstein, and agricultural workers were often bound to particular farms by customary law. 2. In all, 38% of the land was held by big estates, 40% by farms of between 5 and 100 hectares, this percentage being almost equally divided between large and middle farms, and the rest by small holdings. The number of agricultural laborers had reached about 2,600,000. 3. After the First World War, the agricultural situation continued to grow worse. With the widening of the scissors between agricultural and industrial prices, agricultural prices fell by 40%, and after the 1929 crisis, gross income in agriculture fell by 28.5%. This put the great majority of farms into the red, middle, and even sometimes rich ones among them, for because of the high and fixed level of rents and mortgage payments, the indebtedness of small and medium landowners grew increasingly to catastrophic proportions, 12,000 million marks in 1932, with the interest rate reaching 11%, and there were massive foreclosures. The great estates, which produced mainly cereals, managed to keep going thanks to government tariff policy, especially after 1930, but the prices of livestock and of the secondary agricultural products typical of small and medium farms went on falling. The big landowners used the Osthilfe aid to the east to get state support, while small and medium landowners suffered under the weight of heavy taxation. The wages of agricultural labor plummeted. With the end of the war, the small peasantry and some of the middle peasantry in the West swung to the side of social democracy, and sometimes, but more rarely, to the KPD. They took an active part in the peasants' councils. Agricultural laborers joined the social democratic unions in great numbers. Their main demand was for the partition and distribution of the great estates, Vorsiedlung, colonization. But the 1919 laws and decrees on colonization, according to which the state could buy up 2/3 of estates above 100 hectares, were boycotted by the state apparatus and became a dead letter. Social democracy rapidly abandoned all attempts to carry out the plan, even though the SPD was in fact in power in Prussia, the home of the great estates, until it was thrown out by von Papen in 1932. The KPD, for its part, neglected the peasant question until 1930. In this situation, the poor peasantry experienced a deep political and ideological crisis throughout the rise of fascism. After 1928, Jacquerie forms of struggle appeared in Schleswig-Holstein and spread throughout the north and east. They varied from wildcat tax strikes, through direct attacks on the revenue collectors and guards, to bombings. At the same time, the theme of the solidarity of the land uniting the whole peasantry was being put forward by the big estate owners and rich peasants. They brought the popular classes into an association for peasant defense under their leadership, the Grün Front. The prevailing slogan was for the green democracy of the countryside against the gilded democracy of the towns. Besides making demagogic promises to the rural lower classes, National Socialism thoroughly exploited the ideological and political tendencies which appeared in this crisis situation. It used the anarcho-putschist Jacquerie tendencies for its own ends, often supporting such forms of peasant revolt. The agrarian sections of National Socialism, led by Dar, had a distinct Jacquerie character, often leading them to collaborate with the SA and to oppose the party's political apparatus. 6. National Socialism made still more blatant use of the myth of peasant unity against industry and commerce, under the feudal ideology of loyalty and the personal ties of blood and soil of the toilers of the land. Hitler himself put it best: many of our present ills are the result of the unhealthy relationship between the population of town and country. The need to keep a healthy peasant estate as the basis of the whole nation cannot be stressed too highly. Industry and commerce will therefore withdraw from their unhealthy position of leadership, and be integrated into the general framework of an economy with national needs. In a secret memo to Hitler, Dar gave National Socialist policy in the countryside the primary objective of using peasant unease and strike actions against the Republican government of the town. 7. The preamble to the May 12, 1933 law on the Erbhof, entailed estates, reads, "The inexorable tie between blood and soil is the indispensable prerequisite of the healthy life of a people." The agricultural legislation of past centuries in Germany safeguarded this tie which exists in the natural feeling for life of the people. 8. This feudal ideology was ever present in the forms assumed by National Socialist corporatism in the countryside. In 1934, Dar gave one of his books the title "The New Nobility of Blood and Soil." Yet National Socialism was basically an urban movement. The agrarian sections of the party were only created in 1930. 14% of its members in that year were from the peasantry, and this figure fell to 107% in 1934. 9. Although this does not include agricultural laborers, it is clear that the proportion of peasant members of the National Socialist Party was lower than that of peasants in the population as a whole, about 23%. The only comparable disparity is in working class membership. Most of these agrarian members were large landowners and small farmers. Moreover, there were hardly any members of peasant origin in the upper ranks of the party. Hitler certainly had strong rural support, but this was mainly at the electoral level, while ideological factors, together with forms of cultivation, were the main influence in the allocation of the peasant vote. 10. It was mainly in the northeast, primarily in Schleswig-Holstein and East Prussia, that National Socialism had massive electoral victories from 1930 on. In this region of great estates, not only did the landowners support National Socialism, but so did the small tenants on monoreal lands, subject as they were to feudal ideology. This was very clear in Schleswig, where this type of cultivation prevailed. However, in regions where there were still traces of feudalism and few agricultural capitalists, in the strong sense, medium-sized farmers were more resistant to Nazism, and voted for the German nationalists, though because of the influence of feudal ideology, they resisted less strongly than their counterparts in the West. The agricultural laborers, also under many pressures, including semi-feudal ideological and political relationships, were less resistant than the agricultural laborers of the West. In the West, the situation was more complicated. The middle peasantry, which had an important place there, and also some of the rich peasantry, opposed Nazism for a long time, and voted for the Catholic Center Party. This was clearly the case in Bavaria, where middle-sized farms were dominant. Such opposition, which had some resemblances to the opposition of medium capital, also stemmed from the attempt under Brüning and Schleicher to make an alliance between medium capital and the middle peasantry against big capital. The majority of the Western small farmers supported National Socialism, though important divisions began to appear. The rural part of the Rhineland, for example, where small holding was predominant, resisted Nazism, so did the small holders of Lower Saxony. Among small farmers it was mainly tenants who first went over to Nazism. This happened around Nuremberg. It is worth noting that the small farmers who resisted Nazism often voted socialist, unlike the middle farmers, who might have resisted longer, but as a whole voted for the Catholic Center Party. Lastly, the agricultural workers of the West, who worked on typically capitalist farms and had a tradition of strong unionization, stayed overwhelmingly hostile to Nazism, particularly in Bavaria. The agrarian policy of National Socialism, after it came to power, was distinguished by its basic support for the big landowners and wealthy peasants. This support was expressed in the unique protection of cereal prices from all tax, in direct state support, the Osthilfe, in the increase of rents, the drastic reduction of agricultural wages, etc. The rural petty bourgeoisie and agricultural proletariat were the main victims of these measures. At the beginning, however, National Socialism made some compromises with the poor peasantry. In 1933, it declared a year's moratorium on debts and mortgages, which was later prolonged for a further year. In 1933 also, a constitutional law was passed concerning Erbhof, or entailed estates. Its aim was to create a stable fraction of rich and middle farmers, for the farms were to be between a minimum of 10 hectares and a maximum of 125 hectares. They were declared inalienable, i.e. they could not be foreclosed on, and they could not be left to more than one heir, which prevented partition. In 1939, 60% of German farms were Erbhof, 11 and their proprietors for the most part provided all the necessary political guarantees. 12 National Socialist declarations about partitioning the great estates were largely a dead letter. The land bought up and distributed was the least productive, and the area affected fell from 60,000 hectares in 1933 to 35,000 in 1937. The great majority of land colonized was public land, and newly cleared or conquered areas. These too were divided into large and medium farms. 70% were over 10 hectares in 1933, and were apparently all made over to National Socialists. The state sometimes directly expropriated smallholders and small tenants to make hereditary farms of their lands. But the direct expropriation of the rural petty bourgeoisie was limited. Most of it took place indirectly, as the smallholders continued to get deeply into debt, while farms of under 10 hectares were not recognized as hereditary and the moratorium on mortgages was eventually lifted. The exploitation of smallholders also took place through the indirect measures mentioned above. The condition of the agricultural workers was catastrophic, their real wages fell by 50 to 70%, their unions were destroyed, and they were no longer allowed unemployment benefit. Worse still, wage payment was largely abolished and replaced by payment in kind. This, of course, meant increased exploitation, but it should not be seen as a return to feudal forms of working the land. On the contrary, National Socialism was carrying capitalism further into agriculture. The change to payment in kind only affected the juridical form of exploitation. More precisely, it did not aim to fix the agricultural worker to a particular farm, and it did not affect the circulation of labor in the countryside. Its aim was rather to prevent an exodus to the towns. As the experience of many Latin American countries today shows, capitalism can very well be introduced into agriculture in the juridical form of payment in kind to agricultural laborers. Lastly, National Socialism attacked the status of small tenants and leaseholders in many ways, directly transforming most of them into agricultural workers, a development which corresponds precisely to the introduction of capitalism into agriculture. One of the ways of accomplishing this was the prohibition of leasing on the Erbhof. We can then make a balance sheet of the agrarian question under National Socialism. Firstly, big monopoly capitalism increasingly came to exploit the whole agricultural sector. The introduction of capitalism into agriculture was carried out, for ideological and political reasons, in a manner that did not basically change the juridical forms of property. But the capitalization of agriculture gave nothing like the results anticipated. Although the sale of agricultural machinery rose from 80 million RM in 1932 to 300 million in 1938, and that of chemical fertilizers rose by about a third in the same period, total agricultural production rose only a little, despite an appreciable increase in yields per hectare. Exogenous factors of various kinds should be taken into account to explain the poor rise in agricultural production, in particular, the loss of arable land through the building of barracks, military training grounds and fortifications. Between 1933 and 1939 about 1 million hectares were taken out of production in this way. 4. Italy. According to the only complete census, taken in 1929, Italian agriculture was extremely polarized between large and small units. 20,000 great landowners, representing 0.6% of all proprietors, held 36% of the cultivable land. A third of the cultivable area was in small holdings of from 2 to 10 hectares. Among the agricultural population, only 28% were owners, 48% held land owned by others, and 30% were agricultural laborers, braccianti. 1. At the end of the war, the situation was as follows. In the south, which together with the central region had most of the specialized agriculture, the big landowners were generally the economic owners of the agricultural unit. Cultivation was based either on the labor of agricultural day workers, braccianti and part tenants, or on sharecropping, in forms which testify to the remarkable survival of feudal relations. Sharecropping is based on dividing the harvest between the owner and the sharecropper. The sharecropping contracts lasted a very short time, often only for a single crop, applied to a very small area, arid were made on the basis of personal, client-type ties of an ideological and political nature. The conditions of cultivation were archaic, mechanization was almost non-existent, and the use of fertilizers very limited. In central Italy, small holding and small tenancy were dominant. In the north, however, capitalism had tentatively begun to penetrate agriculture, the big landowners were turning into capitalist rentiers. Cultivation in the pasture and arable lands was to a large extent carried out by big and middle tenants, while small holdings, in the Po Valley, and small tenants kept most of their lands. With the exception of the part tenants, who were generally tied to one farm, the agricultural laborers were on the whole a very mobile labor force, often only able to find work for 60 to 100 days in a year. Italian agriculture had very low yields and a low rate of labor productivity. Only 50% of its gross product went to the market. Italy was obliged to import massive quantities of cereals, etc., while the produce of specialized agriculture from the small farms was not competitive in foreign markets. The price of land was very high, a measure of the fact that capitalism had not penetrated the countryside very much. Social contradictions in the countryside were very acute, between the big landowners on the one hand, and the poor peasantry and agricultural workers on the other, between the capitalist landowners and the middle and rich tenants, and between the semi-feudal landowners of the south and the big landed capitalists of the north. Into this situation, during and after the war, there came a deep agricultural crisis, aggravated by the general economic crisis of post-war Italy. Between 1915 and 1917, while industrial prices tripled, agricultural prices only doubled. Around 1917, agricultural stagnation was so bad that rationing was brought in, and whole regions were left without bread. But the economic crisis had only secondary effects on peasant agitation, and its effects were basically to aggravate the contradictions already mentioned. With the end of the war there was in fact a real peasant movement, stronger and far more widespread than in Germany. In July 1919, a general movement of land occupation started under the slogan "Share out the land." It spread from Latium to the whole of the peninsula, and was especially strong in the south and the islands. The poor peasants organized cooperatives, the agricultural proletariat unionized in massive numbers, the sharecroppers and tenants refused to leave their lands when the leases ran out. It was a largely spontaneous movement, but came under the increasing control of the Socialists and the Popular Party, the Catholic White Leagues. The Popular Party channeled it into demands on the government for colonization reform, while the maximalist socialists looked on this petty bourgeois movement for land distribution with the greatest mistrust, explicitly stating themselves to be more orthodox than Lenin on this question, and putting forward the idea of immediate collectivization. So the peasant movement nowhere joined up with the workers' movement, and this division was to persist right through the rise of fascism. In such a situation, the peasant rising was a failure. It declined in 1920 and disappeared in 1921 under the landowners' offensive. Hardly 200,000 hectares changed hands. By whatever means. The Wysocki Decree of 1919, issued by the Nitti government, authorized the local administration to give temporary or permanent validity to land occupations, but this was slowly abolished, and the gains of the unions were undermined. After this, when the rise of fascism began, the poor peasantry was in a state of deep political and ideological crisis, and deeply demoralized. Agricultural workers now looked on their union membership as no more than a way to find work. The small holders and small tenants turned away from social democracy. The Popular Party gradually ousted social democracy from the countryside, and most importantly, its ideological influence spread, essentially in the form of feudal socialism, inspired by Catholic corporatism, advocating the community of interests of the toilers of the land against the towns, and representing the interests of the landowners. However, the anarcho-syndicalist current was still influential among the agricultural proletariat of the North. Rural fascism began to develop from the summer of 1920. Ideologically, it was similar to National Socialism in its demands for land distribution and colonization. What distinguished it was the nature and extent of the White Terror it let loose in the countryside, where the revolt had been much stronger than in Germany. Rural fascism was a straight paramilitary movement run by the landowners. Rural fascism took root basically in the agricultural regions of the north, where the capitalist landowners supported it more directly than did the semi-feudal landowners of the south. It first appeared in Ferrari province, which had seen the strongest peasant disturbances, and spread rapidly through Emilia, Tuscany, and the whole Po Valley. Here it was also supported by the large and middle tenant farmers. It nonetheless met with resistance from the agricultural proletariat. The apparently impressive recruitment to the fascist trade unions came about almost wholly through the forced incorporation of the local branches of the socialist unions and through the White Terror. The poor peasantry of the north, smallholders and tenants, was divided over fascism, with the small tenants, who had been disillusioned by social democratic collectivist declarations, taking a more favorable attitude. The division over fascism was deepest among the rural petty bourgeoisie of central Italy, where they were dominant, and where fascism gained even less of an implantation than in the north. Except for the landowners, the south as a whole was fairly resistant to fascism. It was the only region where the opposition to fascism made gains in the 1924 elections. This is particularly striking by comparison with Eastern Germany under National Socialism. The basic reason for this attitude in the south was the overwhelming proportion of poor peasants and agricultural proletarians, who had been strongly radicalized by the peasant uprising. The actual policies of fascism towards the rural classes included the massive introduction of capitalism into agriculture, the effects of which were pointed out in the analysis of the relation of fascism to the landowners and monopoly capital. For political reasons, this was effected by support for the great estates. The great estates were systematically aided at the expense of the small holders, and under fascism they took a decisive turn towards capitalism. The state in fact undertook between 70 and 95% of integral improvement of agricultural yields through technical development and mechanization. The expense to the state was great, and the profits went almost wholly to the great landowners. State subsidies to the big estates were financed by a treasury which bled the small farmers white, while the landowners obtained many tax exemptions. Customs protection was mainly for cereals, the product of the big estates, while the produce of the small holdings lost out completely to international competition. Fascist policy towards the small holders and small tenants was not quite the same as National Socialist policy. Given the strength of the peasants' demands, fascism was careful not to take over radical measures in favor of middle and rich farms and against the small holders, a marked contrast to the Nazi Erbhof policy. Certainly, in the course of making its improvements, and especially in the draining of the Pontine Marsh, fascism distributed some 60,000 hectares to its most fanatical devotees, divided among 3,000 rich and middle farms. But the phenomenon was of limited proportions. Although the promises to colonize unproductive land were largely a dead letter, even after the Serpieri Law of 1934, which decreed the partition of the latifundia, such measures nonetheless seem to have aided the small peasant at the expense of the middle landowner. In a situation where holdings tended to polarize between large and small, such measures led to the extension of small holding at the expense of middle farming. The units of cultivation increased by 500,000 between 1929 and 1940, while the area cultivated increased by only 1 million hectares, which is evidence enough of the extension of the small agricultural unit. The capitalization of agriculture was carried out by the indirect exploitation of the small agricultural unit by the great, and by the increasing polarization between these two forms of cultivation, to the overwhelming profit of the landowners. 3. At the same time, however, and perhaps as a necessary concomitant, fascism took a series of measures to develop capitalist relations of production in agriculture. These were essentially aimed at transforming small cultivators with residual feudal characteristics into agricultural laborers. The sharecroppers of the southern latifundia were radically affected by fascism, together with the tenants. The sharecropping contracts grew less favorable, insurance was deducted from their share, and no wage was guaranteed them. Their condition became even worse than that of the agricultural laborers. The result, as the fascist economist Pertuzza wrote, was that unfortunately, where the land is under sharecropping, the rents reach such astronomical levels that despite the peasant's attachment to the land, he is obliged to become a day laborer. Lastly, fascist policy towards the agricultural workers was similar to that of National Socialism. The wages of agricultural workers fell by about 50%, and they lost the right to unemployment benefit and union membership. By the system of co-participation, wage payment was often replaced by payment in kind. But again, as in Germany, this modification of the juridical form of payment, aimed basically at stopping the exodus to the towns, must not be understood as a reinforcement of feudal relations in agriculture. 2 additional remarks should be made here. 1. The pace at which capitalism was introduced into agriculture also depended on the relationship of fascism to the feudal landowners. Fascism transformed them into landed capitalists unevenly and on the basis of compromises. This policy was far from producing the desired results. State subsidies to agriculture often amounted to transferring public money to landowners who resisted the capitalization of agriculture. The works of integral improvement should have initially affected 8 million hectares. The fascist regime declared that 5 million hectares had been improved, but the actual figure was 1.5 million. 2. Fascist policy was also compounded by a whole series of inequalities in the agricultural sector. For example, technical progress in small and intensive agriculture far from equaled that in cereals. But these inequalities and backward features were basically due to the very introduction of capitalism into agriculture, under the dominance of monopoly capitalism, as Lenin always stressed. For they were not due, as has often been held, to fascism basically favoring the feudal structures of Italian agriculture. 5. This is a technicist economist view, which in fact thinks that capitalist development in agriculture must go hand in hand with harmonious and spectacular technical and economic progress in all sectors of agricultural production. Part 7. The Fascist State. Having analyzed the field of class struggle during the rise of fascism and fascist rule, I shall now examine the institutional forms taken by the fascist state. Again, before making a concrete analysis, I shall put forward certain propositions regarding the question of the state in Marxist theory. These can in fact be very well illustrated by the example of the fascist state, the crisis form of state. 1. The state apparatus and the ideological apparatuses. I. Gramsci. The basic problem here is that of the ideological apparatuses and their relation to the state apparatus in the strict sense. The Marxist theory of the state has in fact been centered explicitly on the repressive state apparatus, whose branches are the army, police, administration, law courts, government, etc. The Marxist classics certainly discussed institutions like the church, the schools, etc., but only by analogy with the state apparatus in the strict sense. The only notable exception is Gramsci. It must be stressed that Gramsci developed the theory that the ideological apparatuses belong to the state system on the basis of his political experience as a proletarian leader. He firstly made a series of general analyses, stressing that the state had not only a coercive role but also an ideological role, that of hegemony. Gramsci repeatedly pointed out in great detail that the state should not be seen only in the traditional way as an apparatus of brute force, but also as the organizer of hegemony. The state in the total sense included organizations normally referred to as private, namely the church, schools, unions, parties, and news media. I have had to reconsider the whole idea of the state, which is generally understood to be a dictatorship and not the hegemony of a social group over the whole society of the nation, hegemony exercised through private bodies such as the church, the unions, parties, schools, etc. Elsewhere he wrote, but what does all this mean, if not that the state should be understood to be not just the governmental machinery, but the private apparatus of hegemony too? If every state thus tends to create and preserve a certain type of civilization and a certain type of citizen, to do away with some customs and attitudes and develop others, the law, the schools, and other institutions must be used in achieving such objectives. 1. Gramsci goes on to prove his theory with a whole series of very detailed analyses, in particular of the church, unions, parties, and schools. I am not able to say much more about Gramsci here. But little as I know Gramsci's work, there can be no doubt that it was he who formulated the theory of ideological apparatuses as state apparatuses. 2 points, however, should be made. A. These analyses of Gramsci's, originating in the Ordine Nuovo period, were later obscured, not without a reason, but as part of the enormous official mystification of Gramsci. B. Gramsci's theory is still tainted by a language stemming from the historicist conception, and from certain related notions such as that of civil society. This even affects his concept of hegemony. I have given a critique of this elsewhere, which I shall not repeat here. In the present theoretical and political conjuncture, I thought it important to emphasize this critique, which I still think is correct. But what I retained, while attempting to separate and correct them, were the important elements of Gramsci's analysis which led him to formulate his theory of the ideological state apparatuses. I still think this correction necessary, perhaps more so than ever. At the same time, I left the problem of the ideological apparatuses open, but May-June 1968 in France showed once again how correct Gramsci's analysis was, for the capitalist state specifically. It is clear enough that the question is a key one. It engaged much of Lenin's attention, and has been posed once again by the Cultural Revolution in China. It is necessary to go into the basic presuppositions of this conception of the ideological state apparatuses, not only because Gramsci did not elaborate them, but above all because, unless the conception is rigorously located in relation to the class struggle, it can lead to certain confusions. 2. Two ideological apparatuses as state apparatuses. I shall start with some remarks about the functioning of ideology in a social formation. Ideology does not only belong to the realm of ideas, it is not a conceptual system in the strict sense of the term. As Gramsci firmly stated, it extends to the mores, customs, and way of life of the agents in a social formation. It is concretized in the practices of a social formation, bourgeois, proletarian, and petty bourgeois practices. Ideology, the dominant ideology, is furthermore an essential power of the classes in a social formation. As such, the dominant ideology is embodied in a series of institutions and apparatuses within a formation: 3. The churches, religious apparatus, parties, political apparatus, unions, union apparatus, schools and universities, educational apparatus, the means of communication, i.e. papers, radio, television, cinema, communications apparatus, the cultural domain, publishing etc., the family in a certain sense, etc. These are the ideological state apparatuses. 4. Such apparatuses are relatively distinct from the repressive state apparatus, i.e. from that apparatus which fulfills its role under the principal aspect of organized physical repression, which the state legally monopolizes, though ideology plays a part here too. This is the state apparatus in the strict sense. The ideological apparatuses have as their principal aspect the elaboration and indoctrination of ideology, though various forms of repression are at work here too. Why should they be described as ideological state apparatuses? 1. Ideology is not something neutral in society, the only ideologies are class ideologies. The dominant ideology consists of power relations which are absolutely essential to a social formation, and sometimes even assume the dominant role in it. But this is not enough to make the ideological apparatuses state apparatuses. Political domination cannot in fact be maintained through the use of physical repression alone, but demands the direct and decisive intervention of ideology. It is in this sense that the dominant ideology, in the form of its ideological apparatuses, is directly involved in the state apparatus, which concentrates, guarantees and gives expression to political power. 2. This brings us to the Marxist definition of the state. In the Marxist classics, the state, as a class state, is not defined solely by its control of repressive physical force, but mainly by its social and political role. The class state is the central instance with the role of preserving the unity and cohesion of a social formation, of preserving the conditions of production and therefore the reproduction of the social conditions of production. In a system of class struggle, it guarantees political class domination. This is precisely the role of the ideological apparatuses. In particular, the dominant ideology is the cement of the social formation. 3. The state apparatus in the strict sense is the condition for the existence and functioning of the ideological apparatuses in a social formation. Although the repressive apparatus does not generally intervene directly in their functioning, it is still continually there behind them. 3 branches of the repressive state apparatus, Characteristics of the ideological state apparat uses. Some additional remarks are required here. 1. I have just said that the state apparatuses fulfill their role either under the principal aspect of repression or under the principal aspect of ideology. But I should specify that this does not mean that the only functions of the state are repressive and ideological. Depending on the modes of production and their stages, and depending on the phases and periods of a social formation, the state can even have what could be called a direct economic function. This function is direct in that the state is not limited to reproducing the social conditions of production, but intervenes decisively in the reproduction of the production cycle itself, notably in certain cases of the interventionist form of capitalist state, where the state, as Lenin showed, intervenes even in the detailed workings of the economy, i.e. in the very cycle of capital reproduction, just as the fascist state does. This economic function of the state can be carried out both by the repressive apparatus, government and administration, and by the ideological apparatuses, the trade unions. The important point, however, is that the economic function of the state is always articulated to its overall political role. In other words, this economic function, which may be dominant over the other functions, is in fact carried out under the principal aspect of either repression or ideology. 5.2. As a corollary, the concept of apparatus cannot be restricted to the state apparatuses alone. In other words, the concepts of apparatus and state do not cover exactly the same ground. The firm, for example, is not merely a unit of production. It also plays a part in reproducing the social conditions of production, and ideology and relations of political domination are involved in it. As an effect of the relations of production, the firm gives concrete form to the relationship between social relations of production and political and ideological social relations. Revolutionary practice experienced this with the workers' councils and Soviets. Gramsci in particular was very aware of this. However, the economic apparatus cannot be described as an economic state apparatus, although the state intervenes to guarantee order. On the one hand, the Marxist definition of the state is that its apparatuses are basically designed to preserve the cohesion and unity of a formation divided into classes. This definition emphasizes political class domination and does not therefore apply directly to the economic apparatus. On the other hand, as production units in a system of class exploitation, the main role of the economic apparatus in relation to the masses is to exploit them. The authority or despotism of the exploiting class is directly determined by exploitation, while the state apparatuses do not exploit in the full sense of directly extracting surplus value. This at least is not their main role. 6. There are some important consequences for the problem of the socialist revolution. The Marxist classics explicitly indicated that a socialist revolution means not only a change in state power, but must also smash the repressive state apparatus. It can be argued that this thesis does not apply only to the state, i.e. to the repressive and ideological state apparatuses, nor is it enough just to extend it to the ideological state apparatuses. This thesis in fact involves the whole apparatus, including the economic apparatus. Lenin always maintained just this position. Nonetheless, the distinction between state apparatuses and economic apparatus is still basic. In particular, it is clear that the state apparatuses and the economic apparatus cannot be smashed at the same time or in the same way. The same is of course true for the distinction between the repressive and ideological state apparatuses, which can also not be smashed at the same time or in the same way. But the difference between the state apparatuses, repressive and ideological, and the economic apparatus is of quite a different kind. The economic apparatus in particular contains, in its production units, the hard kernel which Marx called the technical basis of production. This is not to be met with in the state apparatuses, and it poses quite specific problems. 3. The fact that the ideological state apparatuses are often of a private character, and are not officially recognized as state apparatuses, should not be surprising. The distinction between private and public is purely juridical. Contrary to a certain conception that there is a pre-juridical, almost ontological distinction between private and public, a demarcation line between civil society and the state, i.e. the place at which the state is constituted. It has to be understood that this distinction is established by law, in effect, by the state itself, and its only meaning is therefore a juridical one. 7. The distinction between private and public does not basically affect the question of the ideological state apparatuses. Gramsci understood this perfectly when he described bodies normally referred to as private as belonging to the state. This in no way means that the private or public character of the ideological state apparatuses is of no importance, or that it comes about merely by chance. On the contrary, this signifies different forms of functioning, according to the different types and forms of state. The normally private nature of these apparatuses, moreover, often relates to their relative autonomy both from each other and from the state apparatus. 4. We are close to the heart of the matter. It is possible to refer to the state apparatus, narrowly defined, in the singular, whereas one speaks of several ideological state apparatuses. It would be wrong to think that the state apparatus in the narrow sense was some kind of indivisible monolith. The repressive state apparatus is itself composed of specialized branches, the army, the police, the administration, etc. But in their relations with each other and with the repressive state apparatus, the ideological state apparatuses display a degree and form of relative autonomy which the branches of the repressive state apparatus do not possess. The repressive state apparatus, the central nucleus of the state system and state power, has a much stronger and more vigorous internal unity than the ideological apparatuses. The internal unity of the branches of this apparatus makes it possible to speak of them as a virtual subsystem within the system of state apparatuses. One of the main consequences is that the destruction of the state cannot be identical for the state apparatus and for the ideological state apparatuses. The ideological apparatuses cannot be smashed at the same time or in the same way as the state apparatus, or as each other. Why do the ideological state apparatuses have this relative autonomy, expressed in their own multiplicity? A. The relative distinctness of class ideologies from the state apparatuses is not jeopardized by the institutionalization of the dominant ideology in state apparatuses. These apparatuses do not create ideology, and their main function is to develop and instill it. This relative distinctness of ideology stems from the fact that the apparatuses themselves are no more than the effects of the class struggle. I cannot go into this here, but its implications were understood by the Marxist classics. They saw the remarkable ability of the dominant ideology to outlive the transformation of the apparatuses, including the ideological apparatuses, and of state power. 8b. It is based on fundamental features of the class struggle, firstly in the realm of ideology. The dominant ideology is not the only ideology in a social formation. There are several contradictory ideologies or ideological subsystems, related to the various classes in struggle. The dominant ideology itself is only formed by its successful domination of these other ideologies and ideological subsystems. It does so through the ideological state apparatuses. This in turn implies that the apparatuses condense the intense ideological contradictions expressed in splits among the ideological spokesmen who are a part of them. The result is the relative autonomy of the ideological apparatuses. C. The relative autonomy of the ideological state apparatuses therefore finally relates to the relations of political power in the strict sense, and is expressed in major dislocations of state power. 9. Firstly, state power is generally formed by an alliance of the dominant classes or class fractions, the power block in a capitalist social formation. So despite the fact that one class or fraction normally has hegemony, the political power of the other classes or fractions in power involves dislocations among the state apparatuses. It is not possible to discuss state power, political class power, without locating its concrete expression in the state apparatuses. In particular, it is possible for one class or fraction to have power in all or some of the ideological apparatuses of the state, while another controls the state apparatus proper. One characteristic example is that of the transition from feudalism to capitalism, where there is an alliance between the bourgeoisie and the landed nobility. In such cases the church often acts for a long time as the nobility's seat of power, while the bourgeoisie entrenches itself in the state apparatus. The important point to stress is that these dislocations in state power appear mainly between the ideological state apparatuses themselves, or between them and the repressive state apparatus. Despite the internal unity of this subsystem, it is even possible for similar divisions to appear within the state apparatus proper. The army, the administration, or the judiciary can at times be the privileged seats of power of different classes or fractions within the power block. This will become clear in the case of the rise of fascism. But as the repressive state apparatus is the central nucleus of the state, the hegemonic class or fraction generally controls this apparatus. Its internal unity, centralization, means that while non-hegemonic classes or fractions may control certain of its branches, its internal organization is, according to the form of state, generally under the direct domination of the branch controlled by the hegemonic class or fraction. This is precisely why it is possible to speak of a concrete unity, not a sharing, of state power within the state apparatus, when several classes and fractions are in power. With the ideological apparatuses things are different. These are in fact the apparatuses best able to concentrate in themselves the power of non-hegemonic classes and fractions. They are therefore both the favored refuge of such classes and fractions, and their favored spoils. The classes and fractions in these apparatuses may not even be allies of the hegemonic class, but in bitter struggle against it. These apparatuses are therefore often the last ramparts of a waning class power, as the church was for the landed nobility, or the first strongholds of a new class power, as publishing and the schools were for the bourgeoisie before the French Revolution. 10. Lastly and most importantly, the struggle of the masses is not only reflected in the ideological apparatuses, but often has a particularly marked influence on certain of them, in particular those aimed at the masses, such as trade unions and parties of the social democratic kind. The game of class power played out between the repressive state apparatus and the ideological apparatuses, which is due to the class struggle, appears to be the basic cause, and one of the effects, of the relative autonomy of the ideological state apparatuses. 5. One last point, which I can only touch on here. Only revolutionary organizations and organizations of class struggle can in the end escape the system of ideological state apparatuses. This relates to the Marxist-Leninist theory of organizations. It should simply be remembered that the main question at the center of this theory is the question of knowing how these organizations can be formed and carry out their tasks, breaking the hold of the ideological apparatuses, and avoiding, in their practice, the constant danger of slipping back towards them. 2. The exceptional state and the fascist state. Type of state, form of state and form of regime. In the light of the above analysis, we can now approach the problem of the fascist state provided certain factors are kept in mind. A. The fascist state is a form of state of the capitalist type. In spite of everything that has been written to the contrary, it therefore has the features peculiar to the capitalist state. B. The fascist state is a specific form of state, an exceptional state corresponding to the needs of a political crisis. Therefore, 1. It has a different form to the state in other social formations which belong to the same stage, the imperialist stage, but do not experience the same kind of crisis. 2. It has features in common with other states belonging to the imperialist stage. While it has to deal with the crisis, it has also to fulfill the functions required of it in this particular stage. C. The fascist state is also a specific form of regime. Therefore, 1. It has features in common with other forms of regime also belonging to the form of the exceptional capitalist state, insofar as they also correspond to political crises of a similar nature in a capitalist formation, e.g. military dictatorship and Bonapartism. 2. It is different from these forms of regimes, insofar as it corresponds to a specific political crisis and specific class relations. The differences also depend on the period in which these forms arise. I already posed this set of problems at the beginning of the book, in analyzing the political crisis. 1. Before embarking on the concrete examination of the fascist state, a few words are required about the relevant criteria which specify it as a form of state and a form of regime. There is no need to analyze these different criteria, which are to be understood on the basis of the distinction and the relationship between these two political spaces. 2. I would simply point out that the factors for differentiating forms of the capitalist state are, a. the relationship of the economic, the political, and ideology at a given stage of the capitalist mode of production, b. the general characteristics of the class struggle in the corresponding period of capitalist formations, in this instance, the general features of political crisis, leading to the exceptional state. The factors in differentiating the forms of regime are the concrete methods of political class struggle in a determinate conjuncture, in this instance, the specific political crisis to which fascism corresponds. In the framework of a capitalist state, these factors are expressed according to a rigorously governed set of criteria. For the form of state these are, 1. The forms and modalities of state intervention in the economic and in social relations in general, and the forms and modalities of the relative autonomy of the state from the dominant classes. 2. The role, forms and interrelationship of the state apparatus proper and the ideological state apparatuses, corresponding to modifications in the law, which is precisely what governs them. 3. The general relationship of the branches of the repressive state apparatus itself, corresponding, for the capitalist state, to the general relationship between executive and legislative. 4. The general relationship between the ideological state apparatuses. As for the forms of regime occupying the political scene, the criteria are these: 1. How far they display the general characteristics of a form of state, 2. The specific form taken by these characteristics, the concrete relationships between the various branches of the state apparatus proper and between the various ideological state apparatuses, and the relations between the two when one is dominant. The political parties and class representation by party are particularly important for this. These criteria also hold for the exceptional state form and for the exceptional political regimes dependent on this state form. I shall therefore start my analysis with a series of propositions about the exceptional state form of the capitalist state, and outline a theory of it. Like the other exceptional regimes, Bonapartism and military dictatorship, the fascist state belongs to this state form and displays its essential characteristics. I shall reverse the order of presentation in this chapter, firstly analyzing the established fascist state, then the modifications in the form of state which preceded fascism during the period of its rise. The importance of these modifications, which marked the rise of fascism, can only be seen in relation to the fascist state to which they led. 3. General propositions on the exceptional state. Forms of state intervention. The exceptional state form of the capitalist state still belongs to the capitalist type of state, not only in terms of state power, but also in its institutional forms. This also holds for the fascist state as an exceptional capitalist state. It has the distinguishing features of the capitalist type of state, the relative separation of the economic from the political, and the relative autonomy of the state from the dominant classes and fractions. Because of the period and the crisis to which the exceptional state corresponds, it generally intervenes in the economic in a characteristic way, to adapt and adjust the system to the socialization of the productive forces. The fascist state's intervention in the economic is very important. 1. From this point of view, it has points in common with the interventionist form of state, monopoly capitalism, of social formations not experiencing political crisis. What distinguishes it as an exceptional state is not so much the extent to which it intervenes, as the forms it uses. The relative autonomy of the exceptional state from the dominant classes and fractions is particularly important and significant, as a result of the political crisis and the relation of forces to which it corresponds. The exceptional state needs this relative autonomy to reorganize hegemony and the power bloc, and in the context of the political crisis, supporting classes also appear quite often as social forces. The reasons for the relative autonomy of the fascist state, and the way it works, have already been stated. In the other forms of exceptional regime, this autonomy can be due to a normal or catastrophic balance of forces, which is characteristic of particular kinds of political crisis, e.g. Bonapartism. 2. Modification in the relations between the repressive apparatus and the ideological apparat uses. The exceptional state, corresponding to a reorganization of the whole state apparatus, the state system, involves radical changes in the ideological state apparatuses and in their relationship to the repressive state apparatus. The fascist state is a very good example of this. This is a vitally important aspect, and it is no accident that the writers who talk about totalitarianism make it their central theme too. They say that a totalitarian state such as fascism is essentially, innately different from the state of institutional pluralism. In the latter, there are institutions and organizations which are autonomous from the state on the one hand, and from the individual members of civil society on the other. These intermediate bodies between state and individual are the guarantee of liberty, which is of course to be measured in terms of the autonomy of the individual from the state. Such autonomous, free institutions supposedly includes the parties, trade unions, cultural institutions, schools, the church, and even the various local associations, sports clubs, etc. The modern form of this ideology goes right back to Veblen, and even to Durkheim himself. Following Arendt, they continue in a series of works on mass society, establishing learned correlations between the propensity to totalitarianism and the absence in these mass societies of these intermediary bodies between the state and the atoms of society. The totalitarian state, according to them, is characterized by the fact that every institution belongs to the state, and that all social life is brought under the state, so that there are no autonomous institutions between the state and the individual. We should pause here to recall what was said about the ideological state apparatuses. These institutions are state apparatuses throughout, whatever the form of state. In other words, the difference between the fascist state, the exceptional state, and the other forms of capitalist state does not lie in the fact that in the one case the institutions belong to the state system while in the other they are independent or autonomous. In fact, contrary to the all too obvious apologias of the ideologists of totalitarianism, the fascist state is akin to the other forms of the capitalist state because it is itself a capitalist state. Furthermore, to recall an earlier remark, the exceptional capitalist state, and in particular the fascist state, because it is a crisis form of the capitalist state and, therefore quite specific, also reveals certain aspects of the actual functioning of the capitalist state as such, sometimes, admittedly, by contrast. This in no way means that there are no key differences characteristic of the exceptional state form. They are generally expressed at the juridical level, that of the relation between public and private, by the formal attribution of a public status to the ideological apparatuses of the exceptional state. What does this in fact mean? The differentiation between public and private status is coextensive with the relative autonomy of the ideological apparatuses within the state system. Changes in this respect in an exceptional state, especially in the fascist state, indicate the various degrees of limitation or even suppression of the relative autonomy of the ideological apparatuses, a relative autonomy they enjoy in other forms of state. This means that the whole relationship between the repressive state apparatus and the ideological state apparatuses is changed. This limitation, typical of the exceptional state, stems primarily from the relations of class power and from the reorganization of hegemony which takes place in political crisis. The relative autonomy of the ideological apparatuses in the other forms of capitalist state is due to the following factors, among others: a. Classes or class fractions of the power block other than the hegemonic class or fraction hold power in them; b. The masses have particular ways of expressing themselves through the apparatuses, parties, unions, etc. In an exceptional state, the state's decisive role in reorganizing hegemony implies a decisive limitation on the distribution of power within the apparatuses, b. strict control of the whole of the state system by one branch or one apparatus in the hands of the class or class fraction which is struggling to establish its hegemony. 3b. But this characteristic limitation of the relative autonomy of the ideological apparatuses in the exceptional state is also due to the ideological crisis which accompanies the political crisis, and therefore to the specific intervention of ideology, which concentrates and increases repression against the popular classes. 1. The first element to be stressed is that the increased role of physical repression is necessarily accompanied by a particular intervention of ideology to legitimize this repression. I would go further: the other forms of capitalist state have a constitutional juridical arsenal to allow for the use of a broad measure of physical repression in critical situations in the class struggle, and the democracies are very good at this. But such state forms often do not allow the use of ideological intervention to justify such repression, because of the relative autonomy of the ideological state apparatuses. It therefore becomes necessary to resort to the exceptional form, not so much because the established juridical rules forbid repression, but because the accompanying ideological intervention is not possible within these other forms of state. 2. This factor alone, however, does not explain this characteristic limitation of the autonomy of the ideological apparatuses in the exceptional state. It must not be forgotten that this ideological intervention becomes necessary when the dominant ideology is in crisis. The exceptional state has then to play a part itself in the actual organization of the dominant ideology. The combination of these two factors explains the limitation in question. In other forms of state, it is in fact through the spokesman of the organic ideology of the dominant classes, and through their ability to represent them, that the dominant ideology is worked out within the ideological apparatuses, and instilled by means of these apparatuses. However, in all forms of state, the state apparatuses themselves secrete their own internal ideology. But in those state forms not corresponding to a political and ideological crisis, this internal ideology is often perceptibly different from the dominant ideology. For example, the state bureaucracy, the army, the church, and the educational system all have an own internal ideology of their own. The reasons for this are: a. The dislocation between these apparatuses, as seats of the contradictions between various ideologies and ideological subsystems; b. The contradictions within these apparatuses between i. The social categories of the spokesman of the organic ideology, organizing hegemony in a direct relationship of representation, organic in the Gramscian sense, to the hegemonic class or fraction, and 2. Those subjected to other ideologies. This dislocation between the dominant ideology and the internal ideology of the apparatuses therefore expresses the ideological contradictions which, together with the dislocations in state power, give the ideological state apparatuses their relative autonomy. As for the exceptional state form, the ideological and political crisis leads to the hegemonic class or fraction losing its direct links with both its political and its ideological representatives. This is where the internal ideology of the state apparatuses meets up with the dominant ideology in the formation. The ideological spokesmen of the hegemonic class or fraction identify with the internal ideology of the apparatuses, excluding those of other ideologies. At the same time, the state apparatuses as a whole are subjected to this internal ideology, coinciding as it does with the dominant ideology, which itself is that of the dominant branch or state apparatus. The militarization of society and of the apparatuses comes about when the army is dominant, bureaucratization when the administration is dominant, and clericalization when the church is the apparatus concerned. This particular function of the exceptional state is thus the necessary means for reorganizing ideological hegemony. But this in turn involves, to a greater or lesser extent, the limitation of the relative autonomy of the ideological state apparatuses from the repressive state apparatus and, 2. The limitation of the relative autonomy of the ideological apparatus among themselves. Even in this case, the fascist state has features in common with the other interventionist form of state, not corresponding to a political crisis. In this state form, because of the stage it belongs to, there is also both a proliferation of the role of the ideological apparatuses and a diminution of their relative autonomy, because of the overwhelming political domination of monopoly capital. 3. The displacement of the dominant branch or apparatus. The exceptional state form is therefore characterized by certain relationships between the ideological state apparatuses and the repressive state apparatus. This does not mean that the repressive state apparatus simply dominates the ideological apparatuses, contrary to the naive idea that the exceptional state is characterized merely by increased physical repression, part of which is the subordination of the ideological apparatuses to the repressive state apparatus. The exceptional state form is typically marked by a resurgence of organized physical repression. But the total reorganization of the state results in a new relationship between the repressive and ideological apparatuses, and it is this which is important here. In this relationship, the domination of one or the other specifies the form of regime of the exceptional state. In fact, depending on the relation of forces and the distribution of class power within the state system, the dominant position may belong, a. to the repressive state apparatus and one of its branches, the army in military dictatorship, the civil administration in Bonapartism, the political police in the established fascist state, b. to an ideological state apparatus, for example the party in the first period of fascist rule, or the church in clerical military dictatorships like the Dollfuss regime in Austria. But it is possible to distinguish two basic common features of the exceptional state form. 1. In the other forms of capitalist state, the repressive state apparatus is dominant over the ideological state apparatuses, whether this is evident or not. It is particularly clear with the political parties, which in these forms of state are principally transmission belts, and as ideological state apparatuses are subordinate to the repressive state apparatus. In these states, where the elaboration and indoctrination of ideology operate normally, the central nucleus of the state really is dominant within the state. This is one of the reasons why the Marxist classics concentrated on analyzing it. The exceptional state form sees, a. the overthrow of the relation of forces within the power block, and the special role of social forces which, in the crisis conjuncture, is often taken over by the support classes of the state, whose ideological apparatuses are their strongest points, b. the new state role, outlined above, of reorganizing ideological hegemony. In the case of the exceptional state, the reorganization of the state system can sometimes go so far as to let an ideological apparatus dominate the whole state system. 2. In the case of the exceptional state, even in the forms of regime dominated by a branch of the repressive apparatus, the reorganization of the whole state system has particular effects, given the new relationship between the ideological apparatuses and the state apparatus in the strict sense. The repressive and the ideological state apparatuses are distinguished from each other by their principal aspect, repression, and ideology respectively. In the case of the exceptional state, a. the reorganization of the state system may even modify the principal aspect of a branch or apparatus, as in certain examples of military dictatorship or Bonapartism, where the principal aspect, of the army or the administration respectively, becomes ideological. The political police has a similar role at a certain period of fascism. There are therefore effective displacements within these apparatus. b. Even when a branch of the repressive apparatus is dominant in an exceptional state, without going so far as to change its main aspect, its dominance is always accompanied by an upsurge in its secondary, ideological aspect. 5. 4. Modifications in the juridical system, regulation and limits. The exceptional state modifies the juridical system in a characteristic way, often thematized as the distinction between the legal state and the police state. But again, distinctions have to be made, especially in the case of the fascist state, because the prevailing line of analysis sees the fascist state, or the totalitarian state, as the antithesis of the liberal state. This is quite incorrect, as the liberal state is only a state form corresponding to the stage of competitive capitalism. We need to establish, a. what in this sense distinguishes the exceptional state from the other forms of capitalist state, including the liberal state as well as the form of interventionist state not corresponding to political crisis. This requires an indication of the common features of the juridical system in capitalist state forms other than the exceptional state. b. What are the major modifications in the juridical system which mark the difference between the liberal and the interventionist forms of state, according to the different stages of capitalism to which they correspond? In this sense, the fascist state has points in common with the interventionist state form which belongs to the same stage. The subject is enormous, and I shall be forced to be schematic. On the first point, it is necessary to point out the double role of law, which the Marxist classics, and particularly Marx's critique of the Gotha program, descriptively conceive as a relative distinction between law and the state. On the one hand, the juridical system sanctions in its own way property and exchange relations, and this helps to ensure the reproduction of the conditions of production. On the other hand, it has a directly political role, it acts directly in the political class struggle. It is in the latter sense that law is important in an analysis of the exceptional state in general, and the fascist state in particular. In this sense, the capitalist juridical system perpetuates and sanctions political class rule, following particular methods and depending on class struggle. While ideologically it disguises class domination, law fulfills its role in two main ways. 1. Law regulates the exercise of political power by the state apparatuses, and access to them, by a system of general formal, abstract, strictly regulated norms, explicitly fixed to make for predictability. Given a power block composed of different classes and class fractions, it regulates their relations within the state apparatuses, organizing the hegemony of one class or fraction over the rest. Law therefore allows the relation of forces within the alliance in power to be modified without the overthrow of the state, without affecting what Lenin called the state's envelope. The juridical system thus lays down its own rules of transformation. This is the main role of the Constitution. But while law organizes the power game among the dominant classes, it also organizes it among the dominated classes. It makes it impossible for them to come to power in accordance with its rules, while giving them the illusion that this is possible. For one thing, this is because such class law, or class struggle law, also governs the forms through which power is exercised over the masses. Organized physical repression is carried out according to its rules. The state apparatus is in general subject to the laws it itself decrees. 2. Law imposes limits on the exercise of state power, i.e. the intervention of the state apparatuses. Bourgeois writers have theorized this as the role of law in drawing the demarcation line between the individual, and his subjective, natural, inalienable etc. rights, and the state. It is correct to say that these limitations take the form of a demarcation line between the private and the public, but they express a relation of force which is also a class relation. The limitations imposed by law therefore also express the limitation of the power of class domination by the struggle of the masses. For the dominant classes and class fractions, the limitation of law expresses relations of force within the power block. It mainly takes the form of limiting the respective interventions of the various state apparatuses dominated by the different classes and fractions, hence the problem of the familiar distinction between the three powers, executive, legislative and judiciary. The operation of the juridical system has direct repercussions on the operation of the judicial branch of the state apparatus. Not because this branch is independent of the other branches of the state apparatus, but because its main way of exercising class domination is through applying the law, it is bound to respect the law's rules and limits and to make them respected. In the exceptional state form, the forms in which the law operates politically are more or less different. 1. Law, to put it briefly, no longer regulates, arbitrariness reigns. What is typical of the exceptional state is not so much that it violates its rules, as that it does not even lay down rules for functioning. It has no system, for one thing, i.e. it lacks a system for predicting its own transformations. This is particularly evident with the fascist state and the will of the leader. If there is no regulation, it is because it is only possible to give juridical regulation to a relation of forces which has a certain degree of stability elsewhere, where the real game is played. The political crisis to which the exceptional state corresponds sometimes has the characteristic of an equal balance of the basic forces, which is in itself an unstable and precarious situation. Every political crisis is a demonstration of instability of hegemony, and of shifts in the relation of forces within the power block. There are reasons for the lack of regulation. The exceptional state aims in this conjuncture to restabilize the situation by reorganizing the relation of forces. It arms itself with the means to intervene to do so, and with a certain freedom of action in the face of the forces it has to deal with. In particular, the typical limitation of predictability on the part of classes and fractions in the power block is an important strategic factor in the increased relative autonomy the exceptional state needs to reorganize hegemony. 2. The law is no longer the limit. In this sense, and in this sense alone, it is possible to speak of an unlimited exercise of power. For even in the state form, the power of the hegemonic class or fraction is limited by the power of the other sections of the power block, as well as by the working class and the supporting classes. The important point here, though, is that these limits are not fixed in law. Law no longer poses a distinction in principle between the private and the public, virtually everything falls within the scope of state intervention. Moreover, this also applies to the typical division between the spheres of intervention of the different state apparatuses, I shall return to this later, and to the blurring of their respective limits. This lack of juridical limitation is due both to the particular way in which the exceptional state intervenes when hegemony is unstable, and to its role in the increased repression of the masses. All this affects the judiciary. This branch of the state apparatus is directly subjected to the dominant branch or apparatus, not simply or only by being purged or taken over politically, which happens in every capitalist state, but by the transformation of the law itself. To turn now to the main aspect of the juridical system, the role of law lies chiefly within private law, in a. Sanctioning the relations of production in the juridical forms of property, b. Organizing the sphere of circulation of capital and of goods, contractual and commercial law, c. Regulating the forms of state intervention in the economic domain. In this respect there are appreciable differences between the juridical systems of competitive capitalism and of monopoly capitalism. These differences between the private law of the liberal state and the private law of the fascist state stem basically from the differences in the stages of capitalist formations. They are not due to the fact that the fascist state belongs to the exceptional state form. In this respect, law in the fascist state has the same basic characteristics as in the interventionist state form. The differences are secondary, and relate mainly to labor law. This is particularly striking in the case of National Socialism, which as both Newman and Marcuse showed at the time, basically kept the law of the Weimar Republic, which was the first juridical system in an imperialist country to make the turn to the stage of monopoly capitalism. It could even be said that the exceptional state in general basically leaves intact that aspect of law which regulates the economic basis of the capitalist system, essentially only making some simple modifications required by the stage in which it is situated. To take another illustrious example, Louis Bonaparte did no more than preserve and develop the civil code. V. Significance of modifications in the electoral principle, on the single-party system. Another important characteristic of the exceptional state form is that the method of representation and class organization is modified. This affects the political parties in their role as ideological state apparatuses. In the other forms of capitalist state, the ideological and political workings of class indoctrination and organization give political parties a specific role. These organizing institutions and particular forms of transmission belt cannot be used under the exceptional state. It is no accident that this form of state corresponds to a crisis of party representation, both among the dominant classes and, in differing degrees, among the dominated classes. The role of the political parties is either shifted onto other ideological state apparatuses, or even to branches of the repressive state apparatus, or else it is replaced, as in the fascist case, by one particular party. The function of such a party in the reorganization of the whole state system is quite different from that of the traditional parties in the classic representative state. The suspension of the electoral principle, the typical basis of class representation in the capitalist system, is determined by this situation. The suspension, and the necessity to resort to the exceptional state form, is not because there is any risk of the working class and the masses gaining power by the electoral road. For the masses, the electoral system is essentially a means of ideological indoctrination, and the suspension of the electoral system in the exceptional state is therefore a feature of the political crisis and the concomitant effect of the failure of the classic political parties to carry out ideological indoctrination. 1. For the power bloc, however, because the political parties are a good way of organizing, the electoral system in the other capitalist state forms is also a means by which power circulates according to the relation of forces within the power alliance. It is therefore a form of political organization of this alliance. The transformations of the electoral system and electoral laws is an example of this. 7. The electoral system quite simply ensures a certain circulation of power among the power bloc, within the state apparatuses and through the political parties. The suspension of the electoral principle in the exceptional state thus has a particular purpose, in the conjuncture of the crisis of hegemony, the complete upsetting of the power bloc, and the crisis of party representation. The reorganization of the relation of forces within the state system falls directly on apparatuses other than the traditional parties. Again, certain writers about totalitarianism are way off the mark 8 when they define the particularity of the exceptional state by the formal distinction between single-party regimes and multi-party regimes. According to them, with the single party the exceptional state eliminates free competition for access to power. That is not in fact the essential difference between the exceptional state and other capitalist state forms. Such conceptions are incorrect about both kinds of state. The facts are as follows: a. In the normal forms of capitalist state, under the electoral system, political parties are state apparatuses. Free competition therefore never exists for the working class and the masses. So much is obvious, but further, free competition for access to power through a plurality of parties does not even exist for the power bloc itself in normal state forms. The power bloc organizes its power in the state system through all the state apparatuses, the administration, judiciary, army, the ideological apparatuses, and the political parties are only a part of these. In other words, even in the normal forms of the capitalist state, the role of parties in the circulation of power is still to a greater or lesser extent limited. It is still determined by the power of the hegemonic class or fraction in the state system as a whole. b. This competition, i.e. the contradictions among the dominant classes and fractions, even continues in the exceptional state, but in a different form. In particular, the exceptional state does not remove from power all sections of the power bloc other than the hegemonic one. 9.2. Nonetheless, there is a second aspect of the suspension of the electoral principle which should not be neglected. By the very nature of the ideological state apparatuses, they always reflect the class struggle. Based on the electoral principle, they give the masses some possibilities of action, possibilities always emphasized by Lenin. It should not be forgotten that universal suffrage was itself a victory for the working class and the masses over the dominant classes. The exceptional state also attempts to suppress such possibilities of action. The suspension of elections affects all the ideological apparatuses of the exceptional state. Circulation within the apparatuses is normally by co-option or appointment from above, hence the bureaucratization typical of the exceptional state form. There is a second striking consequence in the corporatist forms of representation. These provide forms of direct representation typical of situations where the power bloc is politically disorganized, where political parties are cut out by the direct organizer role of the other state apparatuses, and where the masses are characteristically subject to the dominant ideology. The liberal and interventionist state forms are also different in this respect. The executive prevails over the legislative in the interventionist state, parliamentary democracy declines in importance, and so on. Going beyond the juridical level, the differences in the relationship between the executive and the legislative essentially coincide with modifications in the functioning of the political parties, within an overall modification of the functioning of the ideological state apparatuses. There are resulting modifications in the means of representation, because of the difficulties monopoly capitalism experiences in organizing its hegemony in parliament. For example, corporatist forms may spring up. The fascist state therefore has points in common with the interventionist state, since they originate in the same stage. Its distinguishing features are the break in class representation by party, and the suppression of the electoral principle. This does not mean that the exceptional state form of the capitalist state does not equally require legitimation. It is a remarkable feature of the exceptional state that it resorts to plebiscites or referenda to legitimate it. By contrast with purely charismatic legitimacy, these depend on the specific ideology of popular sovereignty. 6. The extent of bureaucratization. The exceptional state is markedly bureaucratized. I shall not dwell on the point, 10, but simply point out that bureaucratization relates mainly to the way the functioning of the state apparatus is dominated by its own internal ideology. This internal ideology is essentially related to the petty bourgeois ideological subsystem, and it results from the impact of the petty bourgeoisie, as supporting class, on the state apparatuses. Every capitalist state is therefore affected, in varying degrees, by a measure of bureaucratization. It is particularly high in the exceptional state, because of a. the role of social force which the supporting classes often play, in particular the petty bourgeoisie. Not only do these classes permeate the state apparatuses in massive numbers, swelling them in a monstrous and parasitic fashion, but they have a strong influence on the internal ideology of the state apparatuses. b. the general suspension of elections. It should however be noted that the extent of bureaucratization varies according to I. the form of regime in the exceptional state, and the steps it goes through, 2. the modification in the relation of forces, in the relation between apparatuses, etc. 7. Centralism and internal contradictions, parallel networks and transmission belts. There is one last point: even within the apparatuses of the exceptional state, the class struggle is not expressed in the same way as in other capitalist state forms. In fact, the reorganization of the state system within the strong state has often been taken to be a centralization of power. But this is correct only insofar as it refers to the significant restriction of the relative autonomy of the state apparatuses, and the new relations of dominance among them. For contradictions and frictions between branches and apparatuses persist in the exceptional state, but in different forms. This is because the class struggle continues in the exceptional state. The exceptional state's lack of success in suppressing the class struggle as it would like to cannot be overemphasized. The different way the class struggle is expressed in the exceptional state is due, I. to the modifications in the state system, which in turn correspond to features of the political crisis, 2. to the reorganization of hegemony and of the relation of forces within an unstable, politically disorganized power bloc, 3. to resurgence of the supporting classes, notably the petty bourgeoisie, as social forces, and 4. to the state of equilibrium between the two basic forces, which can at times be a feature of the political crisis. In other capitalist state forms, class contradictions and the circulation of power within the power bloc are generally governed by a ruling determining more or less strictly the respective spheres of competence of the various branches and apparatuses. These are usually mutually exclusive. Power is organized mainly through the specialization of the apparatuses. This is one of the reasons for the separation of powers in a representative state. In the exceptional state, by contrast, there are varying degrees of a characteristic duplication of parallel power networks and transmission belts, i.e. of the branches and apparatuses of the state, and the relationships between them are not readily apparent. This is particularly striking in the case of the fascist state, and gives rise to a specific expression of the contradictions within the state system. Rather than contradictions among the branches and apparatuses, there are now sharp contradictions within each branch or apparatus. The dominant branch or apparatus, e.g. the army, the single party, or the political police, itself suffers from sharp contradictions, but establishes its dominance primarily by directly infiltrating the rest. These are the internal contradictions of the exceptional state, the expression of class struggle behind its united, centralized facade. They take the form of behind-the-scenes wars between teams or pressure groups. The internal contradictions of the exceptional state should not be underestimated. They are the occasion and the expression of what are often extremely violent tremors in the state system, and this cannot be understood if the models of other capitalist state forms are applied to the exceptional state, where these contradictions are no longer secondary. The exceptional state, like every capitalist state, is a giant with feet of clay. Nonetheless, this particular characteristic of the exceptional state, which results from the conjuncture of class struggle and the new form in which it is expressed in the state, also gives it the ability to take especially effective action to neutralize class contradictions and fulfill its special role of reorganizing hegemony and the relation of forces. The duplication of parallel power networks and transmission belts makes it possible to displace very rapidly the actual transmission of power. There are continual changes, if not in the centers of real and formal power, at least in the real and formal transmission belts of power. B. The special position of the apparatuses permits their effective control under the dominance of one of them, while the crystallization of relations between them could endanger the hegemony of the class or fraction which the strong state secures. C. If power is organized in this way, it also allows the exceptional state to play the specific interventionist role required by the crisis conjuncture, to juggle the various classes and fractions through parallel, superimposed channels, and thereby to reorganize class hegemony. D. Lastly, this hidden duplication fulfills the ideological role previously performed by the electoral system, in disguising from the masses as well as from the other sections of the power block, which class or class fraction has actual hegemony. As for the working class and the masses, this type of power organization enables the exceptional state to conduct a war of maneuver against the class enemy. Because of the restriction of the relative autonomy of the ideological state apparatuses, which is also due to the possibilities for action this relative autonomy previously offered, the class enemy can no longer be directly located as an isolated, relatively autonomous source. It threatens to infect the state apparatus at many points, as in the case of the single party and single trade union under fascism. It should also be added that the supporting classes play a special role here, as social forces within the state apparatuses and branches. The duplication and overlapping of the state apparatuses is a response to these new risks, which are particularly strong in the exceptional state. In particular, it is a counterweight to the bureaucracy which always threatens to engulf this form of state. For example, it is characteristic of this duplication and overlapping to produce a proliferation of the authoritarian relationships to which every member of the state apparatuses is subjected, thereby undermining the strictly vertical hierarchical relationships within each apparatus, which are characteristic of bureaucratization. The prime example is the principle of the leader in the fascist state, according to which every member of the state apparatus is directly under the leader, and depending on circumstances, under his supposed representative, not his normal superior in the hierarchy. This gives room for a great deal of mobility in action. 4. General propositions on the fascist state as a form of exceptional regime. The established system. I shall now turn to the specific features of the fascist state as a form of regime different from other exceptional regimes such as Bonapartism and military dictatorship. The first of these is of course the degree to which it possesses the characteristics mentioned above, p. 313, which varies with the different exceptional regimes. But the forms in which the state apparatuses function and are related to each other are also important, and that is what I shall deal with now. There is a particular kind of mass party within the ideological state apparatuses. The fascist state is characterized by the permanent mobilization of the masses. According to the steps there are particular relationships between the fascist party and the repressive state apparatus. Firstly, fascism is originally and essentially exogenous to this apparatus. Despite the connivance between the fascist party and branches of the repressive state apparatus, the main instrument for gaining power is outside the repressive state apparatus, which is invaded from the outside. This situation persists throughout the time fascism remains in power, in the sense that there is never any fusion of the fascist party and the state apparatus. The fascist party always has a role of its own to play. During the first period of fascist rule, the fascist party dominates the branches of the repressive state apparatus, the army, police, administration, and judiciary, although major struggles still take place between the fascist party and branches of this apparatus. In the second step of fascist stabilization, the state apparatus, suitably transformed, dominates the fascist party, which is subordinated to it. 3. In this step of fascist stabilization, the dominance of the state apparatus is achieved by a reorganization of the branches of the state apparatus. One branch of the repressive state apparatus dominates the rest, and therefore the whole state system, including the ideological apparatuses. The branch in question is neither the army nor the administrative bureaucracy, it is the political police. But although the police has a special role in the exceptional state, it does not always have the dominant role. The term political police is used not simply to indicate the importance of political repression, but to show that the key ideological role belongs to the police branch of the fascist state apparatus. 1.4. The fact that the political police is dominant within the state apparatus does not mean that the relations of relative subordination and subdominance among the other branches of the apparatus are irrelevant. It is even possible in the case of fascism to ascribe a definite order to the subordinate branches, political police, administration, and army. The fact that the army comes below the bureaucratic administration is important. Fascism in power also reorganizes the relations between the ideological state apparatuses. In the first place, the relative autonomy of the apparatuses one from another, together with their relative autonomy from the repressive state apparatus, is undermined. By their very nature no rigid, continuing hierarchy is to be found among them, but it is possible to see which apparatuses dominate the establishment of the new relations. One reason for this being the forms of fascist ideology, a. The fascist party, never entirely fusing with the state, from the time it is subordinated to the state apparatus it acts as a transmission belt for subordinating the ideological apparatuses to the repressive apparatus, and as a link for the centralized cohesion of the ideological apparatuses it dominates. The fascist party, which previously acted as a means of controlling the state apparatus, now essentially becomes the means for the state apparatus to control the ideological apparatuses. b. The family becomes a central part of the ideological state apparatuses. In contrast with the fascist state, the role of the family in the normal form of interventionist state is weaker than it was in the liberal state. c. The communications and propaganda apparatus, papers, publishing, radio etc. Party, family, and propaganda are the trinity dominating the ideological state apparatuses. There is also a significant decline in certain of the ideological state apparatuses, in particular the educational and the religious apparatuses. 2. The rise of fascism within the state apparatuses. The various steps in the rise of fascism are also marked by modifications in the state form preceding fascism. Fascism comes to power, formally at least, in a perfectly constitutional manner. Hitler and Mussolini came to power respecting the forms of the parliamentary democratic state, and within the juridical norms which every bourgeois state has in store for critical situations of class struggle. 2. Fascism characteristically comes to power with the collusion of the state apparatus. Although the fascist phenomenon is strictly speaking exogenous to the repressive state apparatus, with the beginnings of the rise of fascism it is able to penetrate and take over this apparatus from the outside, and at the point of no return, it neutralizes the branches or sectors still hostile to it. Fascism would never have come to power without decisive help from the repressive state apparatus in the struggle against the masses. Contrary to what many social democrats say, it is quite incorrect to speak of three forces in struggle during the rise of fascism: the fascist camp, the state, and the anti-fascist camp. 2. The specific feature of fascism is that the kind of crisis to which it corresponds allows it first to neutralize the divisions it encounters in the repressive state apparatus, and then to come to power constitutionally. The neutralization is mainly possible because the masses have already experienced a series of defeats when the rise of fascism begins, and when it comes to power, fascism has already won the support of, or at least neutralized, the power bloc as a whole. 3. It is useful to recall the dislocation between formal power and real power in the state throughout the rise of fascism. Its characteristics are the parliamentary crisis resulting from the crisis of party representation, the instability of the government, resulting from the instability and lack of hegemony, the duplication of the political parties by parallel power networks, varying from pressure groups to private militia, the resurgence of the role of the executive and the repressive state apparatus, and the increasingly important role of the police, the deterioration of the juridical system, order, and the direct infiltration of the judiciary by fascism. What becomes apparent is that the dislocation between formal and real power represents a dismembering, but not, as has often been claimed, a disintegration of the state apparatus. It is a dismembering in the sense that the relations between branches and apparatuses no longer work in the same way as in the state form preceding fascism. They often undergo radical change, corresponding to a modification in the relation of forces, and due among other things to the instability or lack of hegemony. Internal contradictions and frictions among the apparatuses increase, as a result of the political disorganization of the power alliance. This often takes the form of splits between the top ranks and the lower levels of a branch or apparatus. The reorganization of these relations therefore only seems possible through a new system, to be established through the exogenous factor, fascism. The state apparatus is, however, far from disintegrating, as it would do if fascism was an emergency reaction to a revolutionary situation or to open civil war, as the Comintern believed in the German case. The repressive state apparatus does seem to lose some of its monopoly of legitimate violence to the private militia during the rise of fascism. But it is only other armed organizations of the power bloc which gain, and in any case the collusion of the state apparatus and the militia should not be forgotten. The militia were armed by the state. What does take place in this process is a transfer or delegation of functions, further legitimized by the judiciary. 5. Germany. The rise of fascism. I referred above to certain modifications in the repressive ideological state apparatuses during the rise of fascism. I shall now discuss only those which shed more light on the problem. Firstly, an important modification confirming the special role of the executive was what has been called the presidential government, introduced by Brüning. From 1931, on the basis of Article 48 of the Weimar Constitution, providing for periods of danger to the Republic, Brüning governed by emergency decrees, not Verordnungen, not requiring the prior approval of Parliament. Parliament could of course reject them. But what the government now sought was not so much a parliamentary majority to support it as to avoid one which could oppose and overthrow it. The role of the executive did not, however, ensure real control of the branches of the repressive state apparatus by the formal government, now independent of Parliament. Instead, the army had the decisive role. Through its special relationship with the head of the executive, Hindenburg, on whom the government directly depended, it intervened openly on the political scene, and in particular, it occasioned the fall of Brüning. At the same time, the administration was no longer responding to orders. It boycotted government decisions which went against the interest of the big landowners, and also tax measures. The army, which remained a professional army, conscription having been abolished by the Versailles Treaty, was still too closely tied to landed interests, and was one of their surest strongholds, as the class origin of the officer corps shows. 21% belonged to the nobility, which was only 0.14% of the German population. One as a closed professional body, it was far from representative of the people, and certainly not of the petty bourgeoisie and the rural popular classes. Specific contradictory relations developed between National Socialism, the representative of big capital, and the petty bourgeoisie, and the army. The army was hostile to government by the representatives of medium capital, it gave tacit compliance to Nazism, but was not overwhelmingly won over to it. The army was continually involved in contradictions, expressing the contradictions between big capital and the landowners hoping to gain hegemony through a military dictatorship. A typical example was the friction between the SA and the army, which led Brüning and General Groener, Defense and Home Affairs Minister, to ban the SA in 1932. During the rise of fascism, National Socialism aimed at neutralizing the army, and eventually succeeded. Its infiltration of the army was mainly through use of the theme of national greatness. This was the basis of its appeal to young officers from the eastern provinces, and to the members of the former Free Corps who were incorporated into the army in great numbers. National Socialism never used its populist side to infiltrate the army, and this had important consequences later. Apart from the fact that the army was neutralized, defeated by the split between the top brass and the lower ranks, as the Schuringer affair demonstrated, even the top brass did not want to suppress the Nazi militias, but to use them for their own ends, in particular, to recruit them to the army and use them to defend the frontiers. From 1931, even under Groener and Brüning, the SA had every opportunity for access to the national arsenals. But National Socialism infiltrated the state apparatus chiefly through the administration and the police, securing their overwhelming support and thereby outflanking the army. The petty bourgeois origin of members of these branches was a decisive factor in winning their support for National Socialism. The army top brass attempted to counteract this, General Groener combining the functions of Defense Minister and Minister of the Interior. Nothing came of it, though there were clashes between the army and the police, which defended the SA after it was banned. The police in fact depended on the local provincial governments, and escaped control by the central authority. This certainly should have made it possible for social democracy, which was still strong in various local governments, to control the police. In fact, it was the National Socialist Party which used the situation to its advantage, infiltrating the police and so bypassing the centralized army command. It is scarcely necessary to draw attention to the thorough collusion between the National Socialist Party and the police apparatus. The police constantly took the side of the National Socialists, giving cover to their operations and supporting them in street battles. They worked hand in glove. The judiciary branch simply set the seal on the situation, a few light sentences on National Socialists, simply for the record, were nothing by the side of the massive convictions of anti-fascist militants. The relative split in the army between the upper and lower ranks was also to be found, though in varying and generally lesser degrees, within the other branches of the repressive state apparatus, particularly the administration, the judiciary, and the police. This is a general feature of forms of exceptional regime brought into power from below by the decisive support of the mass of the petty bourgeoisie. Fascism, however, combines the features of a movement from below and a penetration from outside the repressive state apparatus. The divisions between the upper and lower ranks are therefore less extreme than in the case of movements installed from below by means of the apparatus and its branches, as with some military dictatorships of colonels. National Socialism clearly infiltrated even the commanding heights of the administration, the police, and in particular the judiciary, the upper ranks of the latter belonging to the Prussian tradition and enjoying a privileged status both in the Weimar Constitution and because of their class position, were difficult for republican governments to purge and were won over to National Socialism in large numbers. They also suffered least from purging after National Socialism came to power. The administration was somewhere between the judiciary and the army. Part of its upper ranks, linked to Weimar politicians, medium capital, and the big landowners, remained hostile to Nazism. Lastly, the dismembering of the state apparatus was also expressed in contradictions between the central authority of the Reich and the provincial authorities. With the start of the rise of fascism, around 1927, the problem of reforming and centralizing the Reich became crucial. In the context of political crisis and failing hegemony, the provincial apparatuses operated more and more as autonomous centers of state power for different classes and class fractions. They served as a refuge for medium capital and the landowners against the offensive of big capital, but they could also be bases for National Socialism, as in Bavaria and Thuringia, against the central power under army domination. But National Socialism did not gradually progress from the periphery to the center, as often happens with emergency counter-revolutionary White Guardism. It mounted its siege at the center and the periphery at one and the same time. The dismembering of formal and real power, and the siege of the state apparatus, had proceeded a long way by the time National Socialism came constitutionally to power. It is remarkable that when the National Socialists first took part in the government they had only 3 ministeries of secondary importance. Frick did have the Ministry of the Interior, but it was the provincial governments that controlled the police. General Blomberg, on the other hand, a typical representative of the top brass, had the Ministry of National Defense. But by then the dice were already cast. To the established system. The first period of National Socialist rule saw a tidying up, Gleichschaltung, of the state apparatuses. The National Socialist Party conducted a thorough purge, and brought its own members into the apparatus. The more important point, though, is what happened to the Nazi state in the stabilization period. The party was increasingly subjected to the repressive state apparatus. For the first step in this process consisted in the apparatus being given a certain degree of protection against the Nazi Party's attack. When the first thorough purge of the apparatus took place, the regime issued a civil service law, Beamtengesetz, in April-May 1933. This gave certain guarantees to members of the state apparatus, as long, of course, as they gave loyal service to the regime. Its first effect was to slow down the invasion of the apparatus by the rebel petty bourgeoisie. In December 1933 the unity of party and state was announced. The party's move into the apparatus and the conflict between the two, which had until then been resolved by the party, were declared at an end. The repressive state apparatus, controlled by the Führer, would presumably now fuse with the party. Hitler declared, "The party has now become the state. All power from now on lies with the government." Frick announced that any kind of parallel government is incompatible with the total state. The end of the revolution was also proclaimed. The dualism of party and state apparatus in fact persisted, but the leading role of the party was constantly on the decline. The parallel power networks now crystallized. The leadership of each region consisted of the party representative, Gauleiter, and the purely administrative posts, Reichsstatthalter, Minister-President, and this duplication was extended to all ranks. If areas of competence were nowhere juridically defined, the party was nonetheless clearly losing its prerogatives in posts of decision and transmission to the state administration. Bracher describes this as the monocratic administrative state, monokratischer Verwaltungsstate. 5. The important decisions were taken within the state apparatus, particularly by the administrative branch, while the party's general secretary, Rudolf Hess, was allowed into the government for purely decorative purposes. It has already been pointed out that the same decreasing importance of the party also applied in the corporate organizations such as the trade unions. The subordination of the party to the state apparatus, together with the massive purge within the party, in fact represents the petty bourgeoisie's loss of its place as presiding class. The distinction between the National Socialist Party and the repressive state apparatus still continued, basically because fascism still had a complex relationship with the masses. But the main role of the National Socialist Party now lay in the ideological state apparatuses, operating as a link controlling these apparatuses for the repressive apparatus. The party also continued to form and to mobilize cadres, and thus to give the petty bourgeoisie its own means of mobility, a role mainly fulfilled in other state forms by the educational system. Lastly, it still operated as a parallel power network. There were endless frictions between the state administration and the party. With the army the situation was more complicated. 6. National Socialism penetrated the army from below, but it controlled it and deprived it of its decisive role from above, through the state apparatus itself. In 1938, the High Command was reorganized. Blomberg and Fritsch, the chiefs of staff, were sacked together with 14 generals, and 30 more generals were demoted. Göring took charge of the key sector, the Air Force. The upper ranks of the state administration, controlled by National Socialism and Big Capital, became quite resistant to the pressures of the army, which was now reduced to its military role. But the National Socialist Party avoided direct intervention in the army. This had very little to do with the resistance this branch put up, in spite of what has been said. It was rather because the National Socialist leaders and Big Capital were apprehensive about taking into the army an organized force which still had close links with the petty bourgeoisie and lumpen elements. None of this reorganization of the state apparatus can be understood without taking into account the growing and dominant role of the political police, which gave rise to the SS state. The SS existed long before National Socialism came to power, from 1923. Alongside the party militia, SA, it formed a nucleus of men specially selected and tightly controlled by the leadership, Hitler, acting as bodyguards and as the party's internal police. After National Socialism came to power, the following process took place: by steps, 7 all the local police forces were unified. 1933, the political police, Gestapo, and the SS were fused under a single command, that of Himmler. 1934, then all the police forces were fused under the dominance of SS, Gestapo. 1936. The political police were under the direct control of the National Socialist leaders, Hitler in particular as the supreme leader. They were seen as the direct incarnation of the will of the leader, Führerprinzip, and thus were able to intervene with authority in all branches of the state apparatus. Their sphere of intervention became unlimited, including the army, the administration, the judiciary, the National Socialist Party and the ideological state apparatuses. The scope of their intervention was also boundless, including not only security matters but administrative and military questions, etc. Their role was both repressive and ideological. They were the spearhead of the National Socialist spirit. The aim of the intervention, according to Himmler, was the total and constant education of all members of the nation, thereby securing the possibility of constant control of the position of every individual. The SS therefore received a very strong training in National Socialist ideology. Recruitment to the order was very revealing. The General SS, by contrast with the SA, was originally recruited, where possible, from the nobility, the intellectuals, and the rich sons of the bourgeoisie. This was the force which liquidated Rome and the rebellious petty bourgeois of the SA. It rapidly rose to a membership of 210,000 in 1936. It is a significant fact that in 1940, 32% of the leading SS officers came from intellectual backgrounds, teachers and graduates, while there were appreciably less of these in the party as a whole. 25% of these officers had university doctorates. 9 The notional elite par excellence, they were the main means by which the dominant class infiltrated the key posts of the Nazi state apparatus. But recruitment to the SS was increasingly changed. It reached enormous proportions with the creation of the Waffen-SS, armed SS divisions, and the Death's Head formations, whose ranks were recruited from lumpen elements to administer the concentration camps. From 1938, the political police were limited to the SD, a section of the SS. The whole SS, however, was still seen as an extension of the political police, and recruitment to the highest levels of all SS branches was still on the same basis. In Himmler's own phrase, the SS was the bond between the police, as the protector of the community, and the National Socialist Party, as the embodiment of the national will. The SS in fact controlled the Nazi Party as well as the whole repressive state apparatus, administration, army, and judiciary. It was a parallel power network, a virtual ideological police administration dominating the whole state system. The SS apparatus was the concrete embodiment in National Socialism of the displacement between the repressive and the ideological state apparatuses which characterizes the exceptional state. Finally, because of its mass recruitment and ideological training, the SS did not become a real state within a state, as often occurs with the secret police in other forms of the bourgeois state. It was still tightly controlled by the National Socialist leaders. It was no accident that the political police took on this role. It was a result of the special relationships National Socialism had with the petty bourgeoisie and with big capital, of the existence of a complex type of party, and of the split between its leadership and the petty bourgeoisie it represented. Finally, it was the result of the particular ideological intervention of the National Socialist state. The role of the political police was also accompanied by modifications in the juridical system and the role of the judiciary. 10. Law no longer ruled or defined boundaries of the kind described above. The courts were not supposed to apply laws, but the healthy sentiments of the people, in turn incarnated in the will of the leader. The police was seen as the incarnation of this healthy sentiment and the best expression of the leader's will. Its job was not to protect but to create a new political order. Its interventions were expressly political interventions. As acts of the Führer they were therefore expressly exempted, in a 1936 decree, from legal regulations, and from the judiciary's control in the form of legal proof. There was also an ideological modification in the notion of guilt. Guilt no longer primarily referred to the suspect act, violation of the law, as it generally is in other forms of the bourgeois state. It now referred to the possible enemy. The guilty man was the one whose objective situation, determined by arbitrary criteria, could lead him to intend to injure the health of the regime. For a fascist regime this meant primarily Jews, communists, socialists, Freemasons, liberals, beggars, mad people, homosexuals, syphilitics and various other antisocial elements. What is more, all individuals were subject to unlimited police intervention. This was expressed in the abolition of all distinction between public and private. All these ideological modifications accompanying the repressive role of the political police are also at the root of the institution of concentration camps, a subject I shall not dwell on, as everything has been said that can be said. The law no longer regulated the relations between the various branches and state apparatuses. National Socialism systematically refused to regulate these relationships juridically as spheres of competence. 11. This gives an impression of indescribable administrative confusion, in which frictions and contradictions arose between branches and apparatuses of the state system. Their relationships revolved around the Führerprinzip. The will of the supreme leader was taken to be universal and total, boundless and exclusive. 12. Relative to any regulation. The members of the various hierarchies of the branches and apparatuses were supposed to be directly dependent on the supreme leader, and whoever might be supposed to incarnate his will in given circumstances. This effectively broke down the strict principle of bureaucratic hierarchy. 13. In that it broke the vertical isolation of the branches and apparatuses, it worked to achieve the control of the apparatuses by the dominant branch, through the parallel power networks. At the same time, hierarchical authority in the state apparatuses was reinforced. A member of the state apparatus was supposed to give unconditional obedience to his direct superior in the hierarchy, unless there was intervention by a possibly lower-ranking member who was nonetheless an SS man, a party member, etc. Bureaucratization was therefore at the same time reinforced in all branches and apparatuses, and the system of secondment to posts from above contributed to this. Bureaucratization even affected the National Socialist Party and the political police, for example the quite insane administrative logistics of the concentration camps run by the SS. In this superposition of apparatuses, held together by the dominance of the political police, there was only one domain which remained more or less apart. This was however quite a significant one. The economic domain was reserved mainly, if not exclusively, for the state administration. Everything affecting the relations of production and property relations increasingly fell to the administration alone. Juridical regulation in this field was preserved, at least in essentials. Frankel 14 has even gone so far as to distinguish in National Socialism a normative state, regulated by law, and a prerogative state, not so regulated. Nazism maintained juridical regulation in matters of the protection of the capitalist order and private property, with full authority in all economic affairs. Although the frictions between branches and apparatuses of the Nazi state stemmed essentially from class contradictions, and from their new form of expression within the state, contradictions of the corporative type, between social categories among the members of these branches and apparatuses, still had a role to play. There were of course clashes of interest between party members competing for position and influence and the members of the state administration, army, and political police. But these were secondary contradictions, which exist in every state. The internal contradictions of the Nazi state cannot be understood by the usual method 15 of referring only to the corporate frictions between different social categories. This is even more the case in the exceptional state, and in the fascist regime in particular, for the repression of open class struggle in fact diverts class struggle into the state apparatus and its branches. This is disguised as contradictions between social categories, between the cliques and personalities of the regime itself. In fact, though they are secondary, these contradictions should not be underestimated. 16 They can in fact shed light on the class struggle. In the Nazi state, for example, this can be seen with the contradictions between different cliques, Fritsch Blomberg /Schack /Hitler Göring Himmler /Ley /Dar, etc. As far as the ideological state apparatuses are concerned, the first point to note is the suppression of their relative autonomy, both from one another and from the repressive apparatus. This was accomplished by juridical changes on the public-private dimension. These apparatuses were by no means entirely taken over by the state. Publishing, newspapers, cinema, schools etc. largely retained their private nature, at least in bringing their owners profits. But the members of these apparatuses were obliged to belong to public bodies, the Reich Councils for the Arts, Music, Theater, Literature, Press, Radio, and Cinema. The decisions of these bodies had the force of law, and the leadership principle was applied to the benefit of Nazi Party members. It was therefore mainly through the party that the ideological apparatuses were subjected to the repressive apparatus, though the direct intervention of the latter, under Goebbels, was constantly in evidence. These bodies had to ensure that the ideological state apparatuses would carry out the indoctrination of National Socialist ideology, for example the Teaching Corporation, the National Socialist Teachers League, was held responsible for the ideological and political coordination of all teachers with respect to National Socialist doctrine. Some of the ideological state apparatuses had an essential place, and this produced changes in the dominant role among them. A. The communications apparatus, radio, newspapers, films, etc., had a dominant place because of the importance of propaganda. 17 In a broadly based regime, where the intervention of ideology was decisive. Propaganda from above of this kind did not cut out the role of the party itself, but, at least at the start, functioned alongside it. In the second phase of National Socialist rule, the apparatus of propaganda from above, which could reach the people directly, tended to be substituted for the party, which increasingly acted as the link between the repressive apparatus and the ideological apparatuses. B. The family had a dominant place, as Wilhelm Reich showed. 18 This was because of the position of the family in the ideology of the petty bourgeoisie. National Socialism attached great importance to the strengthening of family ties, which was a constant theme of Nazi propaganda. For Hitler, our first task is to help the development of family ties. The decline of the family would undoubtedly be the end of any superior form of humanity. The ultimate aim of logical, organic development is the family. It is the smallest, but most important unit in the building of the whole state. Hitler was saying more than he knew. Leaving aside the role of the family in the formation of authoritarian ideology, through the role of the father, National Socialism gave women an important place as the mother. On Mother's Day in 1933, Goebbels affirmed, "Nowhere else does the mother have such importance as in the New Germany." She is the guarantor and guardian of family life of a kind which produces the strength which drives our people on. The German mother alone bears the spirit of the German people. For National Socialism, woman's main role was as mother of the family, the guarantor of the National Socialist spirit in the family. Countless National Socialist organizations and associations were devoted to women. Moreover, the family had enormous importance in other ideological state apparatuses, for example the increasing role of parents in education through parent-teacher associations, in the youth organizations, etc. What then is to be said of the National Socialist Party and its organizations, which apparently broke family ties by instituting informing within the family? The contradiction is only superficial, for these family ties in fact worked mainly as an ideological apparatus. The important point is that one of the essential tasks of the party was to secure a representative within each family. In fact, it can be said that the National Socialist Party's most favored cell was not the factory, the street, or the local community but the family itself. It was no accident that it had this in common with the church and religious movements. C. The ideological apparatuses were multiplied under the control of the National Socialist Party. A variety of associations and organizations locked every individual into a complicated network of apparatuses covering every sector of activity. The multiplicity of youth organizations is a typical case. Certain ideological apparatuses, however, declined in importance. A. The educational apparatus, in the broad sense. 19. Professional training was carried on outside the schools. In labor organizations, degrees lost their importance for social mobility. A lesser role was given to culture, which in this sense is only the form assumed by ideology in the educational system, school. Hours were restricted to give time for other youth organizations. The use of technical criteria in selection diminished. Basically, this was because the myth of the objective, neutral character of culture was removed. Traditional authority in teaching, based on the supposed neutrality of knowledge, disintegrated. The role of the bourgeois educational apparatus largely depends on the operation of the myth of the neutrality and the objective nature of knowledge. This myth is the favored form of ideological indoctrination in this apparatus, disguising its class function. National Socialism tore away the mask by declaring openly its aim of indoctrinating fascist politics and ideology, and by so doing it contributed to the relative decline of the educational system in the ordering of the ideological apparatuses. Indoctrination, previously carried out through the educational system, was replaced in a different form by other apparatuses, youth organizations outside the school, the army, etc. At the same time, the function of social mobility for the petty bourgeoisie, which the educational system had previously provided, now passed to the National Socialist Party and the SS. B. The religious apparatus, the churches. 20. The top levels of the Protestant churches in particular, but also of the Catholic Church, welcomed the advent of National Socialism and contributed to it. But there were certain frictions, which often became important. The Protestant Church, which in Germany was the most reactionary and the most opposed to Weimar, was, contrary to what might be gathered from a superficial reading of Max Weber, closely linked to the big landowners. Protestantism had great influence in Prussia. Together with the army, it was one of the two main seats of the landowners' power. It welcomed fascism much more than the Catholic Church, which, through the Centre Party, was more closely related to medium capital. But friction soon developed with National Socialism, according to the steps reached in the contradictions between monopoly capital on the one hand, and the landowners and medium capital on the other. National Socialism, supported by the reaction of the rebel petty bourgeoisie, engaged in a struggle against the church to break its relative autonomy as an ideological apparatus in relation to monopoly capital. The SA carried out broad anti-clerical campaigns. Bormann declared in 1941, National Socialism and Christianity are mutually exclusive. Just as the pernicious influence of astrologers, wise men, and other quacks has been suppressed by the state, the possibilities of church influence must constantly be eliminated. Of course, the religious feeling of the masses was always exploited by the deification of Hitler. The SA slogan was Hitler yesterday, today, and for eternity. But National Socialism did not deprive itself of the influence of the churches. It simply broke their relative autonomy. The Gleichschaltung was extended to the Protestant Church and to the Catholic, the latter being consecrated in the Concordat of 1938. The churches were placed under the strict control of the repressive apparatus, their prerogatives in the field of education were limited, and the Christian youth organizations were abolished to make way for National Socialist organizations. At the same time, the real policing role of the churches was strengthened, ministers took an oath of loyalty to Hitler, and a start was made towards informing through the confessional. In short, though Christianity was not undermined, the Church, as well as losing its relative autonomy, completely lost its importance within the ideological state apparatuses. Lastly, under the National Socialist regime, the party's own internal ideology conquered the ideological state apparatuses as a whole, with the dominant ideology emanating directly from the party. However, as the political police became the dominant apparatus, its own specific ideology tended to spread to the rest of the apparatuses and to society as a whole. It is striking how the policy and murder fever which gripped the apparatuses and German society, corresponded to the irresistible rise of the SS apparatus. 6. Italy. The rise of fascism. This chapter will again emphasize the differences between National Socialism and Italian fascism. The rise in fascism, firstly, was of a dual nature in Italy. It was both more militarized and more parliamentary than in Germany. The collusion of the repressive state apparatus with fascism was much clearer, and it will be remembered that the representatives of medium capital were much more conciliatory towards fascism. In 1921, Giolitti issued decrees to dissolve the socialist municipal authorities, which were under attack from the fascists, for reasons of public order. This was an extreme measure which only von Papen had taken in Germany, against the Prussian government. The police, Carabinieri, almost everywhere accompanied the fascist squadre on punitive expeditions. The government itself, through the Minister of Justice, Farah, ordered the judiciary not to use dossiers on the criminal acts of the fascists. Developments in the army were also indicative here. The Italian army was won to fascism in greater numbers, during its rise, than was the German army by National Socialism. In 1920 a circular from Bonomi, the war minister, authorized 50,000 demobilized officers to join the Fasci, and they became their military organizers. The army also often accompanied the fascist militia on punitive expeditions to General Diaz, the army chief of staff, Admiral Théon de Revel, the navy chief of staff, and many generals, Gandolfo, de Bono, etc., openly worked for fascism. 3. As became very evident in the weeks preceding the march on Rome. The Italian army was not, firstly, a professional army as in Germany, but a national army, though after the war it had been purged of its revolutionary elements. It was therefore affected by fascism as much as or even more than the mass of the Italian people. The class origins of the officer corps were in great part the urban middle and petty bourgeoisie, and it was therefore very strongly fascist. The upper ranks of the army, together with the crown to which they were fervently devoted, were traditionally linked, through the unification of the 19th century, to medium capital which, with royal assent, governed Italy throughout the rise of fascism. The especially conciliatory attitude to fascism of the representatives of medium capital had repercussions within the officer corps. In this case too, however, frictions appeared between the upper levels of the army and the fascist party. These were based on the contradictions between big and medium capital, and centered specifically on the question of the monarchy. For General Badoglio and the leading circles of the army declared that they would fight fascism if it endangered the monarchy, which medium capital saw as its safeguard. Fascism, which began with strong republican tendencies, retreated somewhat, and this went together with reassuring guarantees to medium capital and its liberal representatives about the Manchester-type state. The obstacle of the army was therefore overcome. Facta, the last prime minister before Mussolini, tried in vain to provoke the army to move against fascism, using D'Annunzio. On the eve of the march on Rome, the king refused to decree a state of emergency, and by summoning Mussolini to power, acted as the Hindenburg of medium capital. The dismembering of the repressive apparatus in Italy took the form of a split between the central apparatus and the local apparatus. The representatives of medium capital, who were particularly influential on the political scene, virtually controlled the central apparatus through their political staff. The periphery, however, largely escaped their control, and the main power bases of the landowners and of big capital were concentrated here. It was mainly at the periphery that fascism attacked the state apparatus. But again the center was simultaneously infiltrated. The march on Rome was only a demonstration to the established system. Italian fascism, once in power, proceeded to reorganize the state apparatuses on much the same lines as Nazism, but it did not go so far as Nazism, or follow the line right through. In particular, the suppression of the relative autonomy of the state branches and apparatuses was less marked than with Nazism. State intervention in all social activity, including repressive and ideological intervention, was more restricted, and certain institutional forms of the parliamentary democratic state were preserved. The explanation lies in the particular characteristics of the class struggle, the different features of big capital in Italy, the stronger resistance of medium capital and also of the masses, in particular the working class, i.e. the specific characteristics of the ideological and political crisis. During the first period of fascist rule, which was longer than in Germany, there was again a gradual reorganization of the repressive state apparatus under the dominance of the fascist party, whose members invaded all the apparatuses. The party's dominance was stronger and more necessary insofar as parliamentary forms were preserved throughout this period. The gap between real and formal power persisted to some extent, the party acting as the center of real power, despite appearances on the political scene. 1925-6, with the various ultra-fascist laws, was a major turning point in the reorganization of the state system, and the party was increasingly subordinated to the repressive state apparatus. At the same time as power was concentrated in the executive, the dominant role among the branches of the apparatus shifted towards the administration. For example, the powers of the prefecture were extended, the prefects becoming the highest state authority in the provinces, which occasioned much discontent in the fascist party and among the regional secretaries of the Fascia 5 in 1927. A new circular about the administration and the prefects submitted the party hierarchy to the state. Hierarchy. The party itself was considered an instrument of the will of the state, and the circular stated that squadrism is now an anachronism. With the formation of the Fascist Grand Council, the supreme body for decision-making, supplementing the Council of Ministers, the subordination of the Fascist Party to the state apparatus was finalized. The process was completed with the proclamation, in 1928, of the unity of party and state, which had the same meaning as in Germany. The petty bourgeoisie lost its presiding place. The political police again took the dominant role, controlling the whole apparatus, including the fascist party. The secret political police department was formed by bringing together all the repressive services into the OCRA, under Bocchini. 6. It was directly dependent on the fascist leaders, its numbers increased considerably, and its powers grew at the expense of the traditional police, the Carabinieri. The political police escaped the control of the fascist party, and many frictions resulted between the fascist minister of the interior, Suardo, and the head of the political police. The role of the political police was extended through the militia, voluntary militia for national security, MVSN, which was purged of left-wing elements, and much better controlled by the fascist leadership than the party itself. The action squads, squadre, were brought into the militia, in 1923, only after a severe purge. In 1927, the militia officially became an armed body of the state, depending directly on the Duce. Its members swore loyalty to the Duce, not to the king. As with the SS, the upper ranks of the militia belonged to the bourgeoisie rather than to the petty bourgeoisie. 7 Modifications in law and in the judiciary accompanied the growing dominance of the political police. The police, the administration, and the fascist party formed parallel power networks. There were, however, clear differences from the Nazi state. Both the repressive and the ideological intervention of the state was less important. The fascist militia had only a remote resemblance to Hitler's SS. The branches of the repressive state apparatus were more independent of each other and less closely controlled by the political police. The army, overwhelmingly won over to fascism, escaped the control of the militia and subjected it to its own control in military affairs. The role of the political police as regards the state administration was more or less limited to keeping a check on it, without actually intervening in administrative matters. As regards the judiciary, there was still a distinction between regular courts and emergency courts, indicating that the regular courts continued in their traditional role, even if they were unable to control the intervention of the police. There was less multiplication of apparatuses, compartmentalization of spheres of competence still applied, and the modifications in the juridical system were less drastic than in Germany. 8. This seems to make Italian fascism more like a traditional bureaucratic dictatorship, which it was not. Though the fascist party was subordinated to the state apparatus, it did not fuse with it. Although the party's main role was as the link between the repressive and the ideological state apparatuses, it also held together the different branches of the repressive apparatus. The purging of the party, which was quickly taken care of under Nazism, was here a continual process. Compromises with the petty bourgeois base continued, culminating in the Salo Republic. The petty bourgeois base of Italian fascism was much more pugnacious than in Germany. Writers on totalitarianism freely introduce a false and arbitrary distinction between Nazism and Italian fascism when they say that Nazism was a totalitarian state and fascism was simply authoritarian. I need scarcely comment on their criteria. Arendt, for one, bases her argument on the number of victims of the respective regimes, concluding for Italian fascism that similar non-totalitarian dictatorships appeared in Romania, Poland, the Baltic states, Hungary, Portugal, and Spain. 9. The relevant criteria for distinguishing between forms of exceptional regime show the identical nature of the two cases, though the Italian fascist regime kept up a facade of constitutionality, because of the particular compromises it had to resort to. The king in principle still had the power to dismiss and nominate the prime minister, Mussolini. Parliament was elected on a single slate drawn up by the fascist Grand Council on the nomination of the various corporate bodies, though it had only a decorative function. Alongside it was the Chamber of Fasci and Corporations, nominated by the fascist leadership. The Senate, appointed by the king, continued to exist, as did the State Council and the Court of Appeal. This was clearly only a facade, though it helped give Mussolini real standing in the eyes of some heroes of Western freedom, first among them, of course, being Churchill, the future executioner of Greece. Although the rise of fascism in the ideological state apparatuses was similar to the process in Germany, their relative autonomy was less severely suppressed. This is true for the arts and the educational system. As Salvatorelli observes, the schools were nonetheless not completely fascist, either then 1925 or later. The old structure and the old spirit held firm, less in the primary schools, and more in the secondary schools. 10. Through the corporate bodies and the fascist party there was total control, especially of the communications apparatus, newspapers, radio, etc. The reasons are the particular resistance in Italy of medium capital and the landowners, occupying these apparatuses under the strong pressure of the masses at their center, and the ideological aspect of Italian fascism, which presented itself as the successor of the Garibaldian tradition. Some specific features of Italian fascism are worthy of note. The trade union apparatus, in particular, played a more important part than in Germany, because of the pressure of the working class. Under Gentile's liberal ministry, this was also true for the educational apparatus, the refuge of medium capital. The relationship with the church was still more significant. In Italy, the Catholic Church was the favored stronghold of the landowners. It was opposed to Italian unification, which had been carried out at the landowners' expense. Only under Mussolini did the Pope recognize Rome as the capital of the Italian state, and it was on extremely bad terms with the monarchy, which was allied with Medium Capital, the creators of Italian unity. At the beginning, and also later, Italian fascism had marked anti-clerical tendencies. Mussolini, the former left socialist and editor of Avanti, and the urban petty bourgeoisie with its Garibaldian tradition, came near to adopting the thesis of the opium of the people. Although the Catholic Church openly supported fascism, the attitude of the landowners led to strong frictions, basically stemming from the contradictions between big capital and the landowners, which were especially acute in Italy. Given the resistance of the landowners, and the ideological importance of religion in the countryside, fascism made an effort to resolve its conflict with the Church. With the Lateran Pax, 1929, 11 fascism simply bought the Church out. Such was the aim of the treaty and the financial convention. The Church, as an international financial power with its own interests, in a sense betrayed the interests of the Italian landowners, by making a major contribution to the stabilization of a regime which had to restrict their economic and political power. The friction nonetheless continued. The Lateran Pax included a concordat, which amounted on paper to a considerable compromise with the Church's influence in Italy. Fascism, however, had no intention of allowing the Church to exercise this influence in favor of the landowners. After the Pax, fascism went on limiting the powers of the Church in education, in the various clerical organizations, such as Catholic Action, and in the youth organizations. The Pope did not fail to complain of the ingratitude of the regime, in a really absurd encyclical, Non abbiamo bisogno. Fascism replied by decreeing that membership of the Fascist Party and of Catholic Action was mutually exclusive. In the end, there was a compromise. The Church would be restricted to the religious domain alone, and the Catholic schools, which were forbidden to have any athletic or sporting activity, were taken over by the fascist baililas. The Church salvaged the essentials, the authority of the hierarchy over the lower clergy, and the maintenance of its authority in the family, through church marriage. The Church therefore preserved a measure of relative autonomy within the ideological apparatuses, and had a more important ideological role than in Germany. In this book I have attempted to give an explanation of the political phenomenon of fascism, and to distinguish its basic characteristics, having defined it as a specific form of regime within the exceptional capitalist state form. I have also outlined the theory of this form of state. To avoid an abstract typology, I have had to bypass the other forms of exceptional regime, such as Bonapartism and the various kinds of military dictatorship, which correspond to different kinds of political crisis. The general characteristics of the political crisis and the exceptional state which have been revealed by the analysis of fascism and the specific kind of crisis to which it corresponds, may nonetheless be of use in the analysis of other kinds of crisis and exceptional regime. I must however point out that such crises and exceptional regimes as have been established in theory often appear, in reality, in combined forms. These regimes generally have features stemming from various kinds of crisis and exceptional regime, although they are dominated by a single form. To some extent this is even true of German and Italian fascism, though I have used these here only to illustrate fascism as a general type, because the basic characteristics of fascism are very clear in these two cases, and in fact overwhelmingly dominant. The case of Spain, for example, differs in that it is a concrete form combining fascism and military dictatorship, the latter being dominant. The combination of forms of exceptional regime in a particular case further depends on the historical step in which it is situated. A particular case of exceptional regime can also evolve during its historical course, so that the dominant features are transformed, and the dominance of one form of regime is replaced by another. I indicated in the introduction that the study of fascism and the exceptional state was undertaken because the question of fascism is important today. But it would be wrong to think that the possibility of other exceptional regimes has disappeared. Fascism is only one side of the danger. Bonapartism and military dictatorship still have their opportunities. There are also particular combined forms of exceptional regime which may appear in specific conjunctures. It is possible for fascism itself to recur, but of course it would not necessarily arise or come to power in the same forms as in the past. History never repeats itself exactly. A given form of exceptional regime and a given type of political crisis have different features according to the historical periods in which they appear. Marx, following Hegel, said that history can sometimes repeat itself, but what the first time was tragedy, is the second time farce. The formulation is striking, but it is true in one sense only: there are such things as black comedies. Louis Bonaparte was only funny from a particular point of view. And there are funny men in history who only kill others. There is still the fundamental problem whether today, in any of the imperialist countries, fascism is about to rise again, or has already begun to do so. It is a question I have not been able to deal with in the course of this book, because it would require a concrete analysis of present conjunctures. But taking into account all that is being written on the subject today, it becomes plain that it is not possible to give an answer without knowing what fascism and the exceptional state really are, and this has been the aim of my book. I should like to point out some pitfalls to be avoided in any attempt to reply to this question. 1. It is quite true that the specter of fascism or dictatorship is often raised, and not only by the self-confessed right, in order to hold back the revolutionary fervor of the working class and the masses. This fascist bogey takes many familiar forms, and it can make fascism into a pure justification, even for the left. Sometimes, however, the phenomenon can have another side. How many sincere militants are there who have experienced and fought against the nightmare of fascism, and become so obsessed by it that their automatic reflex is to see the specter on every side? 2. It is none the less true, however little the lessons of history have been learned, that fascism is a problem today, and it must be correctly dealt with. If history has a meaning, it is as a lesson for the present. To be wrong now, and to fail to see the reality of a future rise of fascism, would not be excusable, however much it might have been so in the past. Fascism, like other exceptional regimes, is not a disease or an accident. It is not something that only happens to other people. 3. The question of the eventual reappearance of fascism is complicated by the fact that in the present step of imperialism, a series of transformations is taking place in the whole state institutional systems of the imperialist countries. The difficulty is to avoid superficial analogies and not to confuse this with the possible rise of fascism. On the other hand, the current process of transformation should not hide from us the real advance of fascism which could take place. 4. I should give one last warning because of the current importance of the last mentioned aspect. This book has shown that increased repression alone is not enough to define the rise of fascism. According to the forms it takes, however, and in relation to the whole range of characteristics in which it is situated, such increased repression can be significant. Given the aim of this book, I prefer to give this conclusion a date. Parts, July 1970.